Hello, hello, hello. Sound check, sound check. How's my sound sounding? Oh my goodness, I haven't been so long. How's everybody doing? All right. Let's see. Hi, Wild Wolf. Is that Wolfie in the chat? How are you doing? Let me get this set up here. Hi, Bo. How are you doing? Okay, so I'm going to summarize real quick here. I'm doing kind of a verbal intro saying hellos for a minute here. But then what I'm going to do is I recorded a video a couple days ago where, how many of you saw when Nonsense went live and read messages between her and another creator? Did you guys see that? Did you hear about it? Do you know anything about it? She was sharing information between her and the other creator to make her point. But what she did for me was she shared a lot about what was going on behind the scenes in Sebastian's case. So that's what I listened for. I don't do drama, so I pay attention where I can, but I was listening because I wanted to hear what was going on with Chris Proudfoot. What is he saying and doing with these creators behind the scenes? And it explained so much. So as I was watching and listening, hi, Mr. J. How are you doing? As I was watching and listening, I got this urge that I needed to pull my cards out. And that's exactly what I did. I pulled my cards out and I was like, let's get to the bottom of this. So my cards never fail. And they didn't in this situation either. I learned so much. And I didn't listen. So I cheated. Okay. Nonsense is known for doing her really, really long live streams, which I can't complain about that. Okay. Because if you've been around my channel a little while, you know, I do the long live streams too. Once you start going, it's just like, you don't want to stop. So a lot of my live streams are pretty long too, but her live stream was over 8 hours, and I don't have 8 hours like that to dedicate in 1 week, let alone 1 day. So what I did was I took the transcript from her live stream and I put it into Chat GPT, and I said, break it down for me in chronological order of the dates of what happened. And here comes my grandbaby with her tablet. It's gonna be loud. Hi, Aussie. Hello, beautiful lady. How are you? I'm so nervous. I haven't been live in so long. I'm so nervous. So, I broke it down in Chat GPT, and it went through and it was like, okay, on this date, Nonsense said that this happened, and on this date, this is what happened. And then I also asked for Chat GPT to point out what was specific to Sebastian's case. So anytime that she mentioned Sebastian or Chris or something that Chris said or did, or any of that stuff, it put that into the basically a synopsis. So hi, show poodles, good to see you. A bit sick. Oh, I'm sorry. Ear infections are no fun. I understand. I have an abscess tooth right now. So if I sound funny, that's why. I feel you. Anything that's on your head, your mouth, your ears, your eyes, like it's always the worst. I hope you get better soon. That's awful. And good to see you. It is. I've missed you guys bunches and bunches too, Aussie. It's been so crazy. I've been trying to go live for so long. I have so many different things that I have things popping up on my screen here that I don't know. StreamYard has changed so much, and YouTube has changed too. So There's things I don't know what's happening here, but I have different scripts that I've been writing that I want to use to do live streams, and I haven't been able to get to them. So it's crazy. It's crazy. I do have I've been looking into the Mackenzie Shirilla case. I've been looking into all of the stuff that's going on in Michael Vaughan's case. Holy moly, that has been crazy. I am supposed to be going live soon. And that's kind of why I wanted to do this one tonight, because I kind of wanted to, I don't know, reintroduce myself to the live stream before I do my live stream for Michael Vaughan's case, because Samantha from PNW Missing, that channel, she's supposed to be joining me on panel, but so is Brandy Vaughn. And so I want to make sure that I don't, screw shit up when Brandy's up here. It's going to be hard enough for her anyway. I want to make sure that things run smoothly while she's on my panel. I've never engaged with anybody in a case. Brandy is the first person that I have talked to, and I've only talked to her just recently, and it was about an interview that Stacey Wandra did that got deleted, and I have it. And so I shared it with her and Sam both. And they are the ones who decided that we should do a live stream and review that interview, because Stacey is such a cocky, arrogant asshole. And so we want to talk shit about him, but mainly we want to focus on the stuff that he says. And there, when I sent it to Brandy, I was like, hopefully there's something in there that there's some sparks, and she said there were. So I want to hear what the sparks were. And so we're going to do the live so we can all do it together. So, oh, Aussie, I tell you what, I just have one grandbaby, and she is, whew, I couldn't imagine having more than one right now. Knock on wood, that doesn't happen for a little while, okay? Because man, she's on a really weird schedule right now too. She's on the spectrum. She's level 3. She's nonverbal, and she is always on the go. Like, her energy level is beyond anything that I've ever seen. And my son is on the spectrum too. And I thought that he was a wild monkey when he was a kid. Whoo, girl, no. This baby, okay. The other night, I recorded a video, and I'm going to share it with you guys before we get started, okay? This is, if you're on the replay and you're only here to hear the reading that I did for Sebastian's case about this tea behind the scenes stuff, I'll put the timestamp in the description, and you can skip forward, because right now we're just going to chill and chat for a few minutes, okay? One turns 3. Oh my goodness. Hi, Gigi. How's it going? It's been so long. And Stacy infuriates me too. And I want to be sleuthin'. I cannot do the David case. I can't emotionally handle the David case. That's too much for me. So I haven't been following that. I've basically gotten the highlights, but I can't. And Nancy Guthrie, you know what? I'm going to tell you. I followed that case in the very beginning, like the first 2 months of that. And then it seemed like, kind of feels like the YouTubers ruined it for me. And I hate to say that, because I like people that go on the scene and show us what we can't physically go see ourselves. But they ruined it for me. When people are out there in front of Nancy's house getting arrested for, like, why? Why? You don't need to be out there. Nancy's not going to come walking down the road, like, you're not going to catch her coming home. Like, why be there? So that just bothers me. Now, if they were going around, like, looking at different locations or different possible routes, or, like, things like that I get into. But just sitting out there in front of the house, I can't do that. Michael, I'm going to kick your ass. Thank you for my first super chat. Whoop, whoop. Right, it is too much. It is. And I'm glad that you guys agree because now I'm not putting it up on the screen, Mike, because see, Mike knows that I cannot stand nasty freaking feet, and I don't call them what they are. I call them shit flakes. So those two emojis that he put in the super chat, he's doing it just to be a butt. Wannabe. I did not see the Skankosaurus Rex in the booty shorts taking pictures. I missed that, and I can't say that I'm sad that I missed that. Why? Why? Like, oh my gosh. People just, I've noticed that, like, some people just have zero respect for themselves and for others, you know? I don't understand it. Be like Mike. No, Gigi, don't be like Mike. Oh my goodness. There's certain things that you could be like Mike about. Okay, Mike is a good guy. He's a nice guy. He puts on this asshole persona sometimes, but he's a really good guy. And he's smart too, but don't tell him I gave him compliments, okay? We have this little thing going that we can't, like a compliment would ruin my reputation. Um so anyway, my grandbaby was up the other night, almost all night long. Like at about 2:30-ish, I think it was, she started giggling. And I mean giggling, okay? Like laughing like crazy. And she wasn't even really like she had her tablet because usually if she won't go to sleep, I'll give her tablet to kind of lay her down and calm her down a little bit. And she'll lay down and she'll watch that. And no, nobody clipped that. I don't know what you're talking about, Mike. I don't know what you're talking about. Clip what? It's not like the internet is forever or anything. Stop it. Um, Camping out there was bad enough, but going to take a bunch of hoochie pictures in front of her house. Like, yeah, why? Like, is she putting them on a postcard or what? I mean, what's the point of that? And why? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't get it. So anyway, she was giggling so much that, and anytime I pull my phone out to record her, she'll stop doing whatever she's doing. So I was like, okay, we have cameras inside of our house and outside, and to keep an eye on her, inside. And so I was like, I'll go back on the camera and I'll record it. And I did. And I got a full minute of her giggling in different increments, like the whole 2 hours of nothing but her laughing and just giggling. And I was like, you're just trying to keep yourself awake now. I see what you're doing. She wasn't watching anything funny. She was just giggling. So I have always shared my giggles because we need to remember that kids are precious, and we go through these true crime cases where children are being hurt or worse, and it's hard. And so I enjoy the giggles because it reminds me to smile, and I want it to remind you guys to smile too, and we do this for a reason. We want to spread awareness about the pieces of shit that walk amongst us. There are monsters out here, literal monsters. Monsters aren't hiding under your bed or in your closet or, no, they walk down the same road as us. They breathe the same air as us. And it's scary. And we need to learn the red flags so that we can watch for those red flags. So when it comes down to that, see something, say something, we have a better judgment when we do it, So that's why I like true crime. I like to learn. So let's see. Whole conversations. Ooh. Pointed out the window. Wheel. Children of the corn mess. Oh my goodness. That's too funny. How old is your son? That's crazy. My brother used to do things in his sleep where um oh no, hold on. I'm gonna play the giggles for you right now because I have to go get giggles. Hold on. Oh no. Okay, here we go. You sure? Okay, sorry. Woo! So the giggles remind me why I love her so much because when she gets into stuff like she just did, the grandbaby started walking. Oh, Aussie, that's awesome. Oh my goodness. How old is the grandbaby? Gosh, my grandbaby started walking when she started walking really early. She didn't crawl. She just went straight into walking. Um, she was pulling herself up at like 3 or 4 months, maybe 5 months. It was really early though. But yeah, she started walking at I think 9 months. Pretty sure it was in October, the end of October, and she was born in February. So that's okay, Gigi. I was behind too. I'm catching back up. Oh, precious nephew. Oh, new babies are the best. New babies are the best. They're so fun. So that's my new giggles clip. Since I hadn't been live for so long, I was like, this is perfect. I got to clip it so I can share it because we always do the giggles, you know? So there we go. One on Friday. I cannot believe he's already OMG, Aussie. Seriously? It cannot be that long. Is my sound okay? Because now I have new Wi-Fi too, so I don't know. My page just went out. Come on, come back. I think I'm still here. I'm still here, right? Sounds fine. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, what we're going to do is, like I said, I'm going to play this video. It's 2 hours long. Okay. It's just under 2 hours. And so, what I'm going to do, it has gone fast, Aussie, but I can't believe that my grandbaby is already 3.5. So, it's crazy. It's wild. Time flies and it's crazy. Time is so precious. That's one of the things that, like, that's why I don't do drama because I'm not giving my precious time to all of that drama bullshit. I can't. I need to focus on my family and make my memories. And like, I like to help people if I can. I like to do good things, not get absorbed into all of the drama where it's repetitive bullshit. Thank you, Gigi. Whoop, whoop. Now, listen, if we get 10 super chats total or members don't show up in the goal, but we'll keep track of them if we do it that way. 10 total, then I put in my goal that I will do another live stream within the next 2 weeks, and we will play clips at the end of this live stream, including the jungle. the jungle. The jungle video, which is one of the squad favorite videos. Hi, Cher. Hi. How you doing, girl? I can't believe, Cher, I was so mad at you the other night. I learned way more about Ernie Shell than I care to ever know about anybody ever in life, okay? Yay. It is exhausting, Gigi. It is. It's very exhausting. And like, I mean, I understand drama brings in the money. Like if you're going to do YouTube content and you want to make big bucks, drama is your way to go. Okay. Me and my $12 over here, I'll be happy with no drama. I'm good. I'm so good. Um, no, I shouldn't share. No, I shouldn't. Nope. Don't want to see it. I know you didn't want to see it either, but you saw it, right? Oh boy. See, I like to sit in the background and watch stuff like that, not get in it. So, is there anything that we need to discuss before I start playing this video? Anything that I have missed? Any questions, comments, concerns, critiques, whatever, anything? Be prepared to be drained, though, and drag through the much. Oh, Gigi, you know what? That's the thing, though. Like, I mentioned that in this video. And once you watch it, you'll understand because that's kind of what this is focused about, right? If you watched any part of what Nonsense did and said the other day, where she was going through and reading her messages. So there's another creator, Granny's watching. There's a clique of creators that Chris Proudfoot speaks to behind the scenes, right? Nonsense was one of them, which I guess I didn't really realize that Nonsense was one of them. But she said she only had 2 phone calls with him. And Duchess, which we knew that because she interviewed them, right? And then Granny's Watching is one. And the only reason why I think I know that is because I think that she was live one time and he called her and she was off panel for like an hour or something. Somebody else was up on panel with her and they kind of carried the show while she had the conversation with him. Um, and then the shoot, the channel that's not here anymore, which kind of sucks. That all of those interviews or all those times that Chris popped on her panel, those are all gone now. The Clue channel. So there's several different people, and I don't even know all of them, right? Those are just some of the ones that I know that Chris was talking to in the background, behind the scenes, right? And right, share me too. Me too. It takes a lot to shock me, right? A lot. Um, yeah, J for Justice, she talked to him behind the scenes too. I think hers was minimal like Nonsense was though, right? So, and I know you guys everybody has their own feelings about certain creators, but be careful. Sit on your fingers if you need to. I don't want any more drama than I'm already going to get. Let's not talk bad. Now, if you have something good to say about a creator, be all about it. But if you have something negative to say, try to watch your fingers. It's okay, wannabe. I know, girl. I know. Okay, trust me, I know. Um, I know people have strong feelings and it's okay. You're allowed to have your feelings. I just don't want it to be any worse than it needs to be because this I feel like is very important information and it makes a lot of sense. So after you watch this video, I think you're going to understand a whole lot more because I do. I understand so much more. Like I understood in the beginning, I was put on people's panels on their channels and reviewed. Cher was put on their channels and reviewed. And we were talked shit about because we were spreading misinformation and disinformation and we weren't respecting Sebastian and all the bullshit, right? Everything that was said. And I feel like it broke us apart. Now, I didn't stop but I stopped because of my grandbaby, but I never really stopped. Like I still been following the case. I still been listening. I still been taking notes and writing things down and paying attention, paying close attention, right? And yeah. I still been paying attention. So absolutely, Gigi. Absolutely. Like that, I try to keep my integrity intact, and sometimes it's hard, but um and I agree, Aussie. I don't think that if you're gonna get close to like victims' family members, it should be after, like with talking to Brandy, I don't feel so bad about doing it because we already know basically what happened with Monkey. He wasn't hurt by his parents. He was abducted by 4 suspects: Brandon Shirtliff, Stacy Wandra, Sarah Wandra, and good old asshat Adrian Lucian. Law enforcement has already named those 4 suspects, and they basically cleared Brandy and Tyler. But nobody gets cleared in a case. Nobody is, like Chris has repeated many times, well, we've already been vetted and cleared, and law enforcement has already said that there's no foul play and blah, 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 bullshit. They don't clear anybody in a case like that. Like in Nancy Guthrie's case, when the sheriff came out and said that her family had been cleared, what? The backlash that they got, or that he got when he said that, because that's not normal. That doesn't happen. And it definitely did not happen in Sebastian's case. After or right. I wanted to see, I thought that I had the video where, oh, here, I'm going to play this. This is for Stacy. No, not for Stacy, because he's already in there. This is for Brandon Shirtliff and Adrian Lucian.
The popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo knocking at your door.
Let the hair down looking like a rusty AARP cheerleader. Sit down.
I love that clip. I love it so much. I get dinged every time when I play it because Medea does not like to share her money, okay? But I don't care because I love that clip. They're going to be knocking at your door. And somebody's going to be knocking at your door in Sebastian's case too, okay? I honestly feel that there will be answers and somebody will pay for what they've done. So, there, and yeah, I'm going to bite my tongue at that. I was looking for the clip because I know that I have it. It may just be a short on my channel. I thought that I had it in StreamYard, but I don't see it, where law enforcement had said basically that Brandy and Tyler were cleared, and that law enforcement was not looking at them, and they had been very cooperative, and that wasn't the path that law enforcement was taking. So that's basically the way that he worded it, if I recall correctly. But before I do the live stream for Monkey, I will make sure that I have that, because I know that there's still people on YouTube that are dumbasses that say that Brandy and Tyler could be guilty. So I want to make sure that I have that and we play it multiple times. But right, Gigi, it absolutely did not. And you'll see in this video, I specify what TBI said. So let me go up here and see. Oh no, I don't have it in here. Dang it, I thought I had that one too. Okay, I guess I don't. So I'm gonna put the link for Sebastian Rogers' flyer in my chat, just in case anybody's watching that is new to Sebastian's case, or even if you're not, there is a up to $50,000 reward offered by the FBI. the FBI for information that will lead to finding Sebastian. And that's like unheard of. That's very unheard of. So, and I'm going to go ahead and pin it just so it's there. And hi, Daisy Love. Oh, well, hello, and hugs back to you. I hope that you're doing well, and I hope you'll come back and watch the replay. Love you bunches. So, 50,000 is a lot. Like usually it's 1,000 or maybe 5,000, some 10,000, maybe even some 20,000s. But 50,000, I think that there's only 2 on the FBI wanted found list that are $50,000. So that's huge, huge. And they were also the first ones that changed the last seen date from February 26th, 2024 to Sunday, February 25th, 2024. Because Sebastian was not last seen on Monday, the day that Katie reported him missing, or Chris or whoever got it to law enforcement that Sebastian was not inside their home. So, anywho, so there's that. And I think I'm going to go ahead and hit play. We're going to pop it up on the screen here. And it is a video. It will be actually, I can upload just the video itself. So if somebody doesn't want to watch the live stream that we're doing right now, you just want to watch the video, you can watch it on its own. So I can put it as a separate video on my channel too. So, but it starts out with my hey, 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 hey. So be prepared for that. It's going to be like a fresh start. It's so cool. Okay, we ready? We ready? Everybody hit the thumbs up. We got 25 people in chat right now. Whoop, whoop. I was waiting for 2. Myself and one other person I was hoping would show up. And look at you guys showing up and showing out. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you guys. Seriously. I'm so nervous and I appreciate all the support. And I appreciate that you're here for Sebastian too. That's, I think, way more important than being here for me. So, all right. Got it up on screen. I'm going to mute and I'm going to hit play and I'll pop in here and there and I'm going to watch chat. So if you guys have any questions, comments, whatever, then I may pause it to respond in the chat. So yes, get your coffee, get your snacks. If you're planning on watching it in full, you're going to be here for a couple hours. Okay. I love you guys so much. Okay, here we go. Hey, 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 hey. Welcome back to my channel. I am so happy that you're here for this video. I'm making this one uncut and raw, so I apologize now for any background noise that you may hear. The other day, a fellow creator came out with a lot of information about private conversations that she had with other creators. Her link will be in my description box below. I don't care about the drama part of it, but I do care about the parts that are related to the case of missing Sebastian Rogers. And boy, oh boy, there are some major details that she shared and didn't even know it. As I was listening to the details, it was just over 2 hours into her stream when I felt compelled to grab my card. Now, if you've watched my channel before this video, you know how good my cards are. And they didn't fail me this time either. The details that I feel that I learned from this reading are so important. And that's why I decided I had to make this video right now. Now, if this is your first time here, please make sure that you are subscribed and ring-a-ding my bell and set it to all so that you never miss a notification of when I go live or when I upload a video. If this isn't your first time here, welcome back. I love you bunches. Please make sure that you smooch the thumbs up and share this video on your social media platforms if you feel that I've shared some important information today. Now, let's do this. Okay, before I begin, I need to make something extremely clear. This is a psychic and intuitive card reading. It represents my personal interpretation, my spiritual impressions, and my opinion based on the cards that I pulled. This reading is not physical evidence. It's not proof that any specific person committed a crime. I'm not even saying any of this is factual. It's not a declaration of anyone's guilt. Any theories involving any named individuals are presented as my opinion, allegedly, and should not be treated as an established fact. You can just listen to the information that I'm sharing with you and you decide if you agree with me or not. With that said, this card pull was one of the most direct, coherent, and frankly, disturbing polls that I've ever done regarding the Sebastian Rogers case. I was listening. Thank you so much, Bo. I had to pop in and say thank you, thank you, thank you. We have 3 of our 10 in the goal. Oh, and wait. Before we go any further, hold on. I have, where are they? I have memberships to throw out here in the chat real quick. Ready? Whoop, whoop. We have Gigi, Daisy Love, Wannabe, Bo, and Demi Marie. Welcome to the squad. Oh, I'm so excited. Yay. I love it that a lot of the people in the chat are the ones that got them. Whoop, whoop. And I still have 5 more, so I'll throw those out later on too. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And thank you again, Bo, and hold on here. And Gigi for earlier also. Thank you. And oh, Mike, I wasn't putting that one on the screen. I don't think he's here anymore anyway, though. So, but thank you all so much. I love you. Hi, Brandy Dandy. No, you didn't miss it. You're just in time. We're just getting started into the video. So we've just been chilling and chatting. And I just started playing the video that we're going to play during the live stream. So I'm going to be here in the background and listening and watching chat, and I'll pop in when I need to, but we're reviewing this video that I did. So, there's a lot of information in here. Make sure you got your snacks. Wannabe came back with coffee and cheese. I love it. All right. Love you too, Bo. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Let me get back over here and hit play. Thank you. Listening to nonsense explain what alleged. I was listening to nonsense explain what allegedly happened behind the scenes between Chris Proudfoot, Granny's Watching, Elevated Truth, and multiple other creators. While I was listening, I kept repeating, what does all of this new information mean in Sebastian Rogers' case? And the feeling that I got is exactly why I pulled out my cards. I pulled 13 cards. I don't select how many cards I'm going to pull when I start a reading. I just pull until I'm done. I pull the cards until I feel like, until Spirit says, this is it. That's all you need. You're done. So the 13, totally random. I pulled them in this exact order that you see on the screen. This is my note page. As soon as I pulled them, I wrote them down in order, figured out how many cards I pulled, which cards they were, in this exact order. I received the first card, Devil. And I want to mention, as I was shuffling my cards, I saw the Devil card 3 times before I finally was like, okay, this is the card you want me to take first. And that's how I knew that we were starting the reading. So the first card was Devil. Number 2, Organized Crime. Now, if you watched any part of Nonsense's stream, that should make immediate sense to you. If not, I'm going to explain it, okay? Number 3, Gift. Number 4, Family. Number 5, Caregiver. Number 6, Celebrity. Number 7, Regret. Number 8, Dismemberment. Number 9, Spouse or Partner. Number 10, Imprisonment. Number 11, Travel. Number 12, Egotism. And number 13, Water. Now, while I was pulling these cards, I also intuitively heard the word greed. Like that, I couldn't get that out of my head. I realized that I was pulling these cards 2 hours and 25 minutes and 15 seconds into Nonsense's stream. The timing immediately caught my attention because February 25th, 2024 is the final full day before Sebastian was reported missing. February 25th, 2024 was the last day that Sebastian was seen alive. February 26th is the day that he was reported missing. But on the FBI missing flyer, it says the last time that Sebastian was seen was February 25th, 2:25. Let me change this so you can see it a little bit better. So this is Sebastian Rogers' missing flyer here. And this is how it was listed at first. It first said that he was last seen on February 26th, 2024. The FBI updated this flyer, which was huge information. And then you can see where they updated it here, which again was huge. And it says he was last seen February 25th, 2024 in the area of Stafford Court in Hendersonville, Tennessee. It said that he was wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and black square-framed glasses, as you can see in these images here. If you have any information, the FBI is offering a reward of up to $50,000. You can call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, you can contact TBI, or you may also contact your local FBI office, or you can submit a tip online to tips .fbi.gov. It's crazy that Sebastian's been missing this long. This just blows my mind, but at the same time, I'm starting to understand a little bit of maybe why, because it seems like there's some people that don't want him found. Seems like he's being detoured. Like when somebody gets close, the detour begins. The detour game begins. So again, I'm not presenting the time that I started doing my card pull as any factual proof of anything, but you gotta admit it's kind of weird, right? Very coincidental. But do you believe in coincidences? When I looked at the entire poll together, all of these cards laid out on my desk, I saw two connected theories. The first theory is a broader intuitive interpretation, I guess, involving the Proudfoot household. All of the creators who communicated privately with Chris Proudfoot, the possible manipulation of the public narrative, right? So let's begin with the cards themselves. Let's break that down. Let's start there. So the first card was Devil. Now, some people will immediately hear that and assume that I'm saying that there was a literal demon involved, but that's not necessarily what this card means. Okay, I'm butting in again. Hi, Michelle. Hello, hello. How are you doing? And Brandy, I absolutely agree. What I did, I recorded this on StreamYard and, I said it's raw and uncut. But what I did was I went in and tried to remove all of the dead air. Like anytime that I said, or I took a breath, or I was trying to pull up a picture, or, whatever, I tried to cut out that dead air. So there's some places in there where it cuts things off. And when I said, do you believe in coincidences? I whispered, I don't. And so it took that as dead air. It just had a flat line instead of like a bump for speech or noise or whatever. And so it cut that piece out. So I don't believe in coincidences either, at all, ever. How are you doing, Michelle? So good to see you. I love my Miss Michelle. I was just showing my son's girlfriend my pendulums that Michelle made me. She's my crystal lady. I love it. I love it. Okay, so my first dream was underground. Oh no. Oh, whale. All right. Okay. We ready to get back into it? I just had to pause there for just a second. And how crazy is it that the devil card was the first one that popped up? And I swear, while I was shuffling the cards, the devil card kept popping out. And I was like, no, hold on, and I put it back in because I wasn't ready to start pulling the cards yet. But it kept coming back out. And that third time, I was like, okay, I got you. I see it. I got it. Okay. And devil is the first card. Here we go. So, yeah, kind of blew my mind a little bit, but right? Very crazy. All right. Time is flying by. It's almost time for school to start, and I'm not ready for it. I'm not ready for my kid to be back in school. I like having him home all day. And I don't like getting up early in the morning, especially when my grandbaby keeps me up until 4 or 5 giggling. Picky, but here we go. In card readings, devil can represent manipulation, secrecy, coercion, corruption, obsession, temptation, control, unhealthy attachments, fear, and people becoming trapped through their own weaknesses or desires. Now, my intuitive perception was very clear. I believe the overall energy surrounding this whole situation is dark, destructive, and absolutely morally corrupt. I believe that Sebastian's tragedy has been exploited by people seeking attention, power, control, money, influence, access, protection, or even revenge. The devil can also represent a system which nobody is physically chained, but everyone is still bound together. They may be bound through secrets or fear or loyalty or ego. They may be bound through shared knowledge or maybe personal benefits. And they could be bound through the knowledge that exposing another person could expose them as well. The devil can control people through temptation. Someone does not always have to threaten a person directly. Sometimes they only need to understand what that person wants, like attention, recognition, clout, private access, exclusive information, a personal relationship with someone connected to a nationally known case, the feeling of being important, the belief that they know something that the general public doesn't know. When people are offered something that they deeply desire, they may willingly enter a situation that they would have rejected under different circumstances. Once they accept that access, they may begin protecting the very person who provided it. Not because they were formally ordered to do so, but because they don't want that access to end. That is a powerful form of control. So then we move on to card number 2, the organized crime. I'm not automatically saying that this was a literal mafia organization. Okay, it's not some RICO thing right now, all right? I'm saying that organized crime can represent any coordinated system in which different people perform different roles. I'm going to go ahead and pop open my rock star. Snap, crackle, and pop, because we're going to be here a minute. Cheers. Grab your snacks and drinks because you're going to need them too. One person may have direct knowledge and one person may provide access, while another person may carry information. One person may introduce a theory publicly. Another person may attack critics or people who have a different opinion than they do. One person may redirect suspicion, right? So you're wrong for saying this about so and so, but I say that because this person is right. Or how dare you attack the victims and their families? One person may protect the central figures of part of the case, right? One person may try to control the public story. The people involved may not all know the complete plan, but they may hold their one piece that they need to push. That allows the larger system to continue. Every person probably doesn't fully understand how they're being used. Okay, we'll put it that way. It also provides plausible deniability. The original source can privately tell something to a creator, then the creator can repeat it publicly. Another creator can react to it. A third person can turn it into a theory. And by the time the information has traveled through several channels, the public can't figure out where it started from. The original source remains protected. Now, if the information is proven false, the creator who publicly released it can be blamed. But if the information becomes popular, the original source still receives the benefit. That is a very effective way to test and spread narratives while remaining insulated from the responsibility. Organized crime may also describe organization without like a formal membership. There doesn't need to be a secret headquarters with matching jackets and laminated ID cards. There only needs to be a group of people whose actions repeatedly benefit from the same individuals or the same narrative. I hope that narrows that down. Okay, so let me read this, my notes that I put on here. Okay, so like I said, as I was doing the card pull, I kept asking, what does all of this new information mean in Sebastian's case? And I broke it down at the end of my card pull. I broke it down and used each card and gave a synopsis of what it meant at that moment. Then I had to elaborate on what each card meant and how they all together explained what I believe is happening. Okay, so I'm going to read my breakdown of the card pull before we proceed into the rest of the cards here. Okay, so the devil card means that this whole situation is demonic and evil. It's organized crime that I believe was constructed by Chris Proudfoot to control the narrative in Sebastian's case. Now, again, remember, this is all my intuitive information. This is not factual. This is not me accusing Chris of being guilty of anything nefarious or criminal, right? This is what I believe is happening. What I believe. It's my opinion. I believe that he offered them gifts, which was the third card, of inside information, a personal contact to him and his family, which was the fourth card, and all the clout that they could get from him, meaning having him on panels, getting information from him that would be exclusive insider information. I believe that Chris did this to protect his family, specifically his wife, Katie, Sebastian's primary caregiver, which is card number 5. And this way, he got all the attention that he wanted and needed and felt like a celebrity, which is card number 6. I believe that Katie has regret, which is card number 7, from what happened on February 25th, 2024, between her and Sebastian. Now, this is something that I have felt happened since almost the beginning of hearing about Sebastian's disappearance. Okay. I believe that Katie knows that she dismembered, which is number 8, card 8. I believe that she knows that she dismembered her family to please her spouse, which is card number 9. But they know that they must do everything they can do to avoid imprisonment, even if that means having to travel around social media or physically travel. Okay, so the cards again we have here: number 7, regret; number 8, dismemberment; number 9, spouse or partner; number 10, imprisonment; number 11 is travel. And then the last 2 cards are egotism, water. Water. Okay, water. That has multiple symbolic meanings. Okay, so let me finish this here. I believe that Katie has regret from what happened on February 25th, 2024, between her and Sebastian on that Sunday evening. I believe that she knows that she dismembered her family to please her spouse, but they know they must do everything they can to avoid imprisonment, even if that means to travel around social media to control the narrative, right? Or physically travel. And when I say travel around social media to control the narrative, you have to think, how many people have called law enforcement with tips that they believe that they heard on social media? Not tips from being there in person, not tips from them witnessing something with their own two eyes, but people coming up with circumstantial evidence, trying to put two and two together, and then call law enforcement with that information. Now, I know from multiple cases that I've covered in the past that people will get a theory and they'll call law enforcement with their theory, and they think that law enforcement should look into that theory because they feel that theory is so strong. Well, when you have multiple different creators on one platform telling you this information and they believe it, they're so stern with it, and they are giving it to you like it's factual information, and it's all coming from something that was told to them from behind the scenes. And you know that they have a personal connection to Chris Proudfoot or Chris and Katie Proudfoot. You're more apt to believe it because you believe that it came from the parents, the mother and stepfather, right? And vice versa. With if Seth were giving information to creators and they were saying, "Well, I know because, you're more apt to believe them." So then people call law enforcement and it kind of controls that narrative. So where law enforcement is following the evidence because that's their job. They don't follow theories. They don't follow intuition. They follow factual information that they can see and touch and prove. That is law enforcement's job. That is their main job, is to follow the evidence. But when the evidence is being distracted by all of these theories and narratives that are being pushed on YouTube to all of these wonderful people that want to find Sebastian so badly, they want to know what happened to this kid. He was 15 when he vanished. 15. Annie's on the spectrum. Andy has the chromosome deletion. He has medical issues that he needs to be supervised. He needs to have an adult with him. And the fear of not knowing where he is right now, I think that pulls on all of our heartstrings. We all want Sebastian found. We all have the same intention. We all have the same goal in the end, right? We all want him found. But what if there's people who don't necessarily care because they're too focused on spreading a narrative or feeling like a celebrity and getting attention, and they want to protect somebody that might be guilty? What if there's a person who is guilty and their spouse is feeding all of this unimportant shit to all of these people who do care, basically to say, "Hey, look over here, not over there. Look at what's happening over here." Well, look what Seth said. Oh my gosh, can you believe what Seth said? Then there's the whole bullshit narrative of, well, Seth left work for 3 whole hours. Where was Seth? That's bullshit. Seth was at work. Law enforcement knows that Seth was at work. So anybody who might have called law enforcement with a tip that Seth left work, all law enforcement had to do was go back to the video of Seth at work because he works in a county jail that is under 24-hour super surveillance. I was going to say supervised, but surveillance. They have cameras. There's no way that Seth was out of work for 3 hours and nothing has been done about that. That's bullshit. But that was the narrative for a little while. That was one of the things that people were pushing and that people were so focused on. In all actuality, it was a big nothing. Nothing. This person who's trying to push this narrative to protect somebody who I believe has guilty knowledge. What if they're so egotistical and that their egotism got in the way? Because what if Chris believes that he's smarter than most because he's so self-centered, arrogant, and egotistical, but he forgot water sinks to its own level. So when you connect with people, the people that you connect with, the whole saying is, show me your friends and I'll tell you your future type deal, right? That's what I think about when I saw that water as the last card that I pulled. So, in my opinion, I believe that Chris Proudfoot may have deliberately created a loose but organized network of creators and supporters around Sebastian's case. Now, I'm not saying that this is, like I said, it's not a formal criminal organization, right? But I do believe that it was some kind of organized system in which different people were given different access and different information, attention, or even like a status. And then they served different purposes within the public narrative. So Chris knows YouTube. I mean, we heard him say that he blew up YouTube when he got on panel or when the call was shared between him and the PI or something. He knew the power that he has on YouTube. He knew when he went on somebody's panel that that channel was going to get attention. I will never forget that information. That is where that celebrity status comes in my opinion. As soon as I saw the celebrity card, I knew that's exactly what it meant, in my opinion, in my intuition, right? So people know that if they have contact with him, that it's like they have inside information and exclusive details, and he'll appear on their panels. People are going to come and watch, so they're going to get more subscribers and more attention and more money. It made them have the ability to imply that they knew more than the general public. You know, they got recognition from someone directly connected to Sebastian's case. So that's where we we go with like the gift and greed. The gift was not necessarily him paying anybody, but they did ultimately get paid. They did ultimately make money. The gift was more of an access to him from him, and the access is what became a kind of currency. So creators receiving that access may have felt important or trusted or selected or, you know, elevated above everyone else. In return, whether consciously or unconsciously, they might defend Chris and Katie more, repeat his narratives, the favorable narratives, attack people questioning Chris and Katie, or redirect attention towards Seth, Sebastian, even. I saw that and that was disgusting. Or whichever target benefited the Proudfoot family at that moment. So people love to pretend that access does not influence them. Then someone answers their private message and suddenly they're like, that all changes, like that's completely changes. So we have the devil card, right? It's I think that represents the nature of this entire situation. I see it as morally corrupt. I think it's very manipulative. Deception is all over the place. It represents people becoming bound together through secrets and ego and fear and loyalty and attention and personal benefit. The devil represents that temptation. Chris would not necessarily have needed to order anyone to protect him. He only needed to offer people something that they wanted. Again, like I said, the clout, the relevance, the exclusive connection, the attention, the belief that they were trusted insiders. And then once these creators accepted that position, that's where they felt obligated to protect their access. And they would know that publicly challenging Chris or Katie could cause the private calls or information or attention to stop. Now, we've heard multiple of these creators that were involved here say, if I found out something that implicated Chris or Katie or both, then I would immediately say so. I would immediately turn it into law enforcement, or, I wouldn't keep going with what I'm feeling right now. I would hope that that's true. I have no reason to not believe them, but I would hope that that's true. But it creates a form of control without anyone having to issue an obvious command. So, sorry, there's that background noise I was talking about. The organized crime represents the structure created around that control. So different people have been carrying different pieces of of information, let me spit it out, pushing different theories and defending different individuals or attacking those different critics, maybe. So, Nonsense described information allegedly being passed privately to Granny's Watching by both Chris and Elevated Truth. Now, she also said that she believed that Granny's Watching may have been given disturbing information because people expected her to release it publicly. Now, this is what I got from what Nonsense was saying. And she repeatedly emphasized that she could not independently verify what Granny's Watching had been told. Okay. So I want to clarify that too. The information that she said that Granny's Watching told her, she could not verify that, nor could she verify a lot of the information that Granny's Watching was saying that Chris told her. So the importance of what Nonsense disclosed, in my theory, it's not necessarily that every alleged detail was true. The importance is that it reveals a possible method. Private information was being passed through selected creators. And those creators could then introduce those theories to the public. And those theories, those creators probably believed the theories that they were sharing, that they were introducing to the public. So I'm not saying that the people, that the creators were doing something nefarious. They may have thought that the information that they were receiving was good information. Chris is very savvy with his words, right? Chris probably gave a few, sneaky things here and there, and then the creators thought, well, I can release certain parts of it. So it's all like, I have a piece of the puzzle, but I'm only going to give a piece of that piece to the public. So then we're listening to this information that we know is insider information because we know that these people have a private connection to Chris and or Katie. So then we're trying to piece these little pieces together. Instead of getting the whole entire piece at once, we get these little tiny snippets and we have to try to piece those back together. So then it's this whole convoluted kerfuffle, like it creates a mess. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to keep on rolling here. Okay. The third card was gift. And this, I've kind of elaborated a little bit on this already, but the third card represents something given. So it can be money, but I don't believe that's what it was. I believe the ultimate goal resulted in money, but I don't believe that's what it was to start out with. And I don't believe that Chris gave anybody money on a regular basis. It can be information, access, attention, protection, influence, the recognition, even just a personal relationship, an invitation to a private conversation. It can be like a promise of future information. It can be the opportunity to appear on panel with somebody directly connected to the case, having him on panel with them. It can give the creator the ability to tell their audience that they have directly spoken with the family, to lead with that. Like, I have a personal connection to the family, so if you want to find out information specifically, let me know, and I can reach out to them and ask. That gives that importance, right? Within my specific theory, I believe the gift was access. I believe that Chris may have understood that creators covering Sebastian's case wanted that private contact with the family. I know that Seth was making the kind of the same, he was talking to other creators himself. I see things very differently here, okay, and this is probably going to ruffle feathers, but I believe that Seth was sharing factual information. I believe that Seth was sharing as much information about Sebastian that he could to help find Sebastian. I see it as, if you have my child in your care and God forbid something happens to my child while they are in your care, I am holding you responsible. Okay, pause. Chat is going and I have to come in and catch up. Hi, KDP. Good to see you. How are you doing? And hi, Grammy H. Good to see you. And thank you so much, Michelle. Whoop, whoop. That's number 4 of our goal tonight. You guys are going to get me to go live again here soon, huh? See, okay, so yes, Jay for Justice was talking about, sorry, there's background. My husband's getting ready to leave. He works out of town through the week and he's getting ready to head out. And so my house is a little crazy right now. But where'd that comment go? So Jay said that Chris was paying people to, or wanted to pay people, somebody specific, to go to I think it was the vigil, right? Let me hold on. I need to find that message. Right here. Well, Miss Sharon. And Jay said on her live that Chris wanted to pay the Queen Bee, to go to court and spook Betty. So was it court? I knew that there was talks about that because I remember the bee went live and she was saying that she was driving to Tennessee and like people were making a huge deal about it, right? Well, then we find out later that Chris offered to pay her entire way there and back. She said it was court. Okay, so I'm probably misremembering then, but I knew that it was something in Tennessee. So yes, I remember all of that, and people thought that she was really going. So, but she didn't. She didn't end up going. But that was something that I don't know who concocted that idea, but it was something that Chris was involved in. We know that. So, yeah, Texana was there. Yeah, that woman. I'm not gonna say her name 3 times. Yes. And so there's another part in here where it's coming up, I know, where I talk about the way that Chris talks to people and how manipulative he is with his words. And so I'm probably going to pop back in that section, and I'm pretty sure it's coming up kind of soon. I have another live stream that I was on panel with somebody and Chris called in. And so when that part comes up in this video, I want to play a little bit of that so that we can hear it while we're doing it. But I want to do another live stream and review that live stream, like on its own, in full. And so you guys, you'll have to let me know if that's what you want me to do, because I don't know how many people have seen it, or, it was so long ago, I forget a lot of what was said. So it's always nice to review. So, let me see, what am I missing? Oh, you're Grammy K. Oh, that's so cute. I'm Mimi. I even have a little sticker on my chair. I would turn my camera on right now, but the right side of my face is swollen and I look like a balloon. My nose is all stuffed up, and like I'm telling you, an abscess tooth freaking sucks. I gotta get to the dentist tomorrow. I'm so scared. But I gotta get rid of it. It's awful. So, I'm not turning my camera on to show anybody, but grandbabies are the best. They are. They definitely test everything, right? Everything. Yeah, just the tip of the iceberg. She followed Betty in Tennessee. Yes, Gigi. They were like every place that Bullhorn Betty was going to in Tennessee. And I'm going to clarify this too, and I'm sorry, it's probably going to piss people off, and I don't honestly care. Love you, bye. The time that she was sitting in the parking lot and what's his name? Terry Bowersocks pulled up behind her. When she was talking to the police officer, he pulled up, or he drove behind her and drove on, right? But then after the police officer was gone, he comes by again and he stopped and took a picture of her license plate. But then everybody said she was chasing Terry. I made a video to prove that that was not true. She was not chasing Terry. Betty was minding her P's and Q's. She was trying to follow the law and not get in trouble because she knew she had 10,000 eyes on her, you know, like she was doing what she was supposed to be doing, what she was there for, and she was not stalking anybody, chasing some old elderly man is what people made it sound like, and that's bullshit because that's not what happened. So there's that too. That's how I feel about that. Okay. And I have the video from way back when. I can find the link and share it in the chat. If you guys haven't seen it, it's well worth the watch. I went back to when BHB was showing the weather. I think she was showing the temperature, and it showed the clock in the car. And I did a bunch of, like, talk about media doing some research. Okay. I did. And I am proud of that. So he showed up where she was. He didn't follow her. Or, I mean, she didn't follow him. He followed her. So, from what I saw. Trying to figure out how to gift memberships. Michelle, do you have an iPhone? I think if you have an iPhone, I don't know if you can do it on the app. I don't know. And welcome back, Mr. J. And sorry, I'm just reading through chat here before I hit play again. And you're right, Mr. J. It can. It absolutely can. And it does. We want to protect these people who we feel are being attacked, you know? Yes, I definitely saw it. 15 months old. Oh, Kitty P, that's awesome. And you just retired? Lucky you. That's awesome. Oh, Gigi, thank you. Oh, you're awesome. Let me get it up on the screen here. Oh, you have my old phone. Okay, so down at the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little circle with a dollar sign on it. And when you click on that, it should say at the very bottom, membership gifting. So it says gifts, super chat, membership, and then membership gifting. I forgot you still had that phone. I don't know why I was thinking you had the iPhone. Thank you so much, Gigi. So we got Grammy H, whoop whoop, Lil Miss Sharon, whoop whoop, KDP, whoop whoop, Mr. E Crimecast. Oh my goodness, you guys. They lost their son not that long ago. Please keep them in your prayers. The whole E family. Oh goodness. I hope they're doing okay. And Co-Wear Tahito? What? I don't know what that name is, but welcome to the squad. Whoop whoop. I love it. I love it. Michelle, thank you so much. Look at you guys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's 10. Look, we just hit the goal, so now I gotta go live. Within the next 2 weeks. It's happening. Okay, you guys just made it happen. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Let's see. We got Bree, 4-girl mom, See Through the Veil, Kathleen Chaney, and Sarah Sororexi. Welcome to the squad. Whoop, whoop. That's so awesome. Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yes, squad goals. Okay, squad goals. Yay. I'm so excited. You guys are so awesome. Look, I can put it up here. Squad. I don't think I have the squad goals up here. Nope, I don't. I just have the squad. Whoop, whoop. I love it. Oh my goodness, my grandbaby's in there making so much noise. Okay, you guys got me smiling. My face hurts already. It's so swollen and it hurts so bad. And I'm smiling and it's making it hurt worse. I have to go take more of my ibuprofen. Yes, Lil Miss Sharon, super generous. I love it. Look, okay, since we're on a pause, I'm going to have to go back and do timestamps on this. So people watching the replay. I have, let me see. I have a video to play. And I can go grab my grandbaby while I'm playing this video. Okay, here we go. woo, woo. All right. Thank you guys so much. I love you guys so much. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, Michelle, do you know I can't even get to my craft desk right now? I need to get back over there. I've been decluttering my house, and I have a stack of empty boxes that are blocking my path to my desk. I can't even get over there right now. Okay, I'm gonna hit play and go get her. She's trying to play in the bathroom. She likes to play in the sink. So that's right. Don't touch my truck. Don't watch my truck. Or don't touch my truck. Exactly. Okay. Make some crystal beauties. Michelle, I would love to. Oh my goodness. I need to. Okay, we're going to get back into it. Ready? You guys ready? You ready? That was a great intermission. Thank you so much. Regardless of what happened, because if my child is in my care and God forbid something happens to my child in my care, I'm definitely holding myself responsible, even if it was out of my control, even if it was something that I couldn't change or stop or, prevent. I'm still going to hold myself accountable, responsible for that, whatever happened. So if you have my kid and something happens to my kid on when you're supposed to be protecting my child, I'm going to hold you accountable for that. And so that's where I see Seth having frustration with Katie. So Sebastian vanishes, right? So that right there immediately kicks in my mind, putting myself in Seth's shoes. You had my kid and something happened. Where is he? What happened? And then when Seth tries to go to Katie to find out what happened, we've learned multiple times Chris will not let that private conversation happen between Sebastian's parents, Seth and Katie. Chris refuses to let anybody talk to Katie without him there. I wonder if that includes law enforcement. But we know that it's definitely anybody, including Seth, cannot talk to Katie without Chris there. And when Chris is there, Katie doesn't really answer so much. One thing that I remember, and Justin just played this on his stream the other night, they were talking about passing the polygraph. And Chris lied and said that he had taken a polygraph test at that time. And Justin had shown that Chris had not taken a poly at that time, and neither had Seth. But Chris was saying that all the parents had taken polys and all the parents had passed and all the parents had basically been vetted and cleared and, whatever. He spun into that. So at first, he said, he plays on words. Let me pull it up and share that with you. Hold on just one moment. This is exactly why I love Justin. Okay.
I don't know, Queen Letitia. You can call me whatever you want, baby. You can call me whatever you want. If you are so concerned about a guy wearing makeup, get a fucking life. How about that? How about that? Wait a second. I got any lipstick for it? Let's see if we got any lipstick for Queen Letitia.
And he ended up putting on more lipstick, lip gloss, whatever. He looked beautiful. His lips were gorgeous during this stream. So I'm trying to find the specific spot. I don't know if it was this one or a different stream that he did right after this one. So let me find it and I'm going to share it with you. But I had to share that part right there. Okay. Make sure you're subscribed to Justin. Okay. His link will be in the description box below too. It's called Clutch Them Pearls. Okay. So it was this stream here. So we're going to listen.
I think the first thing we spoke about was the polygraph and sort of
okay, the polygraph has been a big thing, right? Because you got to remember the first interview that Chris and Katie ever did was polygraphs, plural, have came back as passed. He didn't say who or when. Remember, we played that ad nauseum. How many times?
I did.
And then he, you don't have to play with words like that if your kid is missing. You don't have to play with a fucking thing saying polygraphs have came back as passed or whatever. You either took a polygraph or you didn't. Let's be real. You don't have to play with words when your 15-year-old autistic chromosome deleted child who is having problems anyways is missing. You don't have to play with that.
Amen.
Okay? I think we can all agree on that. Right?
Absolutely.
Now, Chris actually said that even Seth passed a polygraph then. No, he didn't. He didn't pass a polygraph then because Seth didn't even have a polygraph back then.
Oh, see?
Not true. Seth didn't take a polygraph till months later whenever the Nancy Grace show was on.
Right.
And
okay. So now we know that information. Okay. So this video is a clip from March 17th, which was when. Okay. So wait, when Justin said that, I did not know that Seth had not taken a poly in the very beginning. When Chris was going around saying this was, I think, either their first or second interview that Chris and Katie did. It was on 3/17/24. So I think it was the first one that they did, but maybe the second one. I don't remember. They did 2 on Duchess, but I didn't realize that Seth hadn't taken one because Chris has told many stories about it. And hi, Sparkles! I put it in the chat, but just in case you didn't see it. Hi, how you doing? One time he said this, and then another time he had said that he and Katie and Seth all went to 3 different locations to take their polygraph test. And those are the 2 that I can remember for sure. But I know that he had said it multiple different times. So if Seth really never took one until Nancy Grace, Chris was lying all those times. Like, why is he pushing so hard? I always thought that it was funky that, sorry, intermission again, right? Oh, Michelle, then email me and I'll send you my number because I don't do Instagram. So let me think. This intermission, I'm losing my mind. I'm thinking about 12 different things right now. Oh, okay. In the beginning, sorry, I had to rewind and listen to myself on my live stream. So in the beginning, Chris and Katie kept pushing how good of a father Seth is, and Seth is innocent, and I always felt like Seth is innocent, and Chris is trying to put him and Katie on Seth's innocent level. And I don't know why, like, I mean, I do, I guess if they're guilty of doing something, I guess, or if that makes sense. I hope I'm not like messing it up. My brain is scattered right now, but does that make sense? Hi, Miss Cheese. Oh, I love it. I love it. I like that you guys are all agreeing with everything that I had come up with, because like, I mean, when I first recorded this video, it was over 2.5 hours. And like I said, I took out all those blank air spaces, but it was like the gears were turning in my head as I was recording the video. And I had already done the card pull and analyzed my cards. And it was like more was coming to me as I was recording it. So it's a lot, but he had to redo. Yes, right, Wild Wolf. But that was with Nancy Grace, though. So if that was the first time that Seth had ever taken a poly, then why was Chris lying in the beginning and saying that all 3 of them had already taken polys and passed? You see? Like, other than to try to control a narrative and to try to put him and Katie on that same innocent level that a lot of us saw Seth on. I don't understand like what other reason it would be. So, and I think that that's it. I think I got everything else that was in the chat, right? Anything else before I hit play again? I'll go back a few seconds here in the video. So, and Justin looks so good here. I'm telling you what, his makeup was on point. That's why that person made that comment. That queen, whatever her name was, she wasn't a queen. She's jealous that Justin is more beautiful than she was, in my opinion. Talking about his lipstick. His lipstick color is gorgeous, okay? It's gorgeous. Okay, you ready? I thank you all for still being here and hanging out with me too. I know that this is a long one. We're up to 39 in the chat. I appreciate you all for being here. Make sure that you smooch the thumbs up, please, and thank you so much. And if you agree with this, like I said, I'll put the video as a standalone video, but if you want to share the live stream out, or if you want to wait until the video is public and share it out, but I really feel like that's what's happening. And I'm sure I'm going to piss Chris off. You know, I'm sure that this will probably get back to him some way, somehow, and I'm sure that it's going to piss him off. But this is what I believe is happening. I mean, it's hard to argue any other ways, right? Any other reasons that it would be like this. It's not just him wanting to plead his innocence, because there's lies. Like, why are the lies happening? Miss Cheese, that's possible too. Definitely when he started talking about Summer's case, because he saw what happened there with the YouTube creators, that was a lot. Yeah, he had researched. That's very possible. Very possible. Because we know that Chris watches, okay? And we have known that from jump. And that one part that I'm still listening for, which I hope I haven't missed it, because I was doing some stuff earlier for a minute and I ran to the potty and stuff. So hopefully I didn't miss the part where I talked about it. Have I said anything about when Chris called into Emma's yet? I don't think I'm there yet. Yes, that's that's right, wannabe. Exactly. It's called speculation, and we're allowed to say it. We're allowed to do it. And he said that he doesn't care if people speculate, right? He doesn't care. So we haven't heard about when he called into Emma's yet. I haven't talked about that yet. Show poodles, I do too. I think that he's so arrogant that he really thought that he was going to be able to have a lot of control over everybody, and it didn't work that way. He did though. I mean, if you look at him being the master manipulator of this whole situation that happened on YouTube, that's a lot of power that he was given, on purpose or not. You know, that's a lot of power that he got, and that's scary. That's super scary. Okay, we're going to keep playing here. I'm going to go turn down my grandbaby's tablet a little bit. She's getting tablet time right now so that Mimi can chat with you guys. And it's a little too loud. Okay, here we go. Right.
And
okay, so now we know that information. Okay, so this video is a clip from March 17th, which was when Chris and Katie were on Dutch's channel. And this is a clip from 3/17/24 when Chris Proudfoot, I call him Mr. Chris because that's what Sebastian called him, he was on Dutch's panel and they were asking him about the polygraph test. Now, in my description down here, I put, how many ways can one person lie in one interview? Mr. Chris Proudfoot tries his best to set a record. Chris Proudfoot never took a polygraph test. This is him playing semantics with words. Now, I uploaded this in August of 2024, okay? We know that, like Justin just said, when Chris never took a polygraph in the very beginning, Chris said to Nancy Grace that he had never taken a poly because they had confirmed that he was out of town. So they told him that he didn't need to take a polygraph test. So then Nancy was like, okay, well, I want to give you a poly. Will you do it? He said, name the time and place and I'll be there. Well, she named that time and that place, but guess who wasn't there? And then he came back and said he didn't need to take one because TBI was going to give him one. So we don't know if Chris ever really took a polygraph test or not. Now, he walked through how the polys are done. Like he knew, like he had one or seen one done, but we don't know if he ever really took one. But that wasn't the narrative that was being pushed through other creators. So we're going to play this clip here. It's under 4 minutes, and then we're going to keep going with this. But this is very important because you need to see how Chris plays on words. He uses semantics to his benefit.
And I have told everybody from the very beginning that TBI put a news link out, and in there it does state that all 3 parents have extremely been cooperative and constantly or continuously working with law enforcement. And they have.
It doesn't say that at all. It says Sebastian's family has remained cooperative since the search began and have done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. That's it. So him twisting that one sentence into all of this?
There's absolutely nothing to show that we are responsible, foul play, any of that nature. People have asked about interrogations and polygraphs. All this stuff has been done. All of it has been done.
That was one of the questions that I had up next was, have you both taken a polygraph test?
The results are passed.
Notice he didn't say, yes, we have both taken polygraph tests. The only thing he says is the results are passed. One more time.
Questions that I had up next was, have you both taken a polygraph test?
The results are passed.
Chris, can I ask something? Because I know that
Yes,
people
ma'am.
was going to ask it afterwards.
Be in a situation.
Now, this is later in the interview. Okay, so they kept going from there. And then later on in the interview, the poly comes up again.
Right.
I just knew that in the future that people would be online saying there was an incident and nobody asked what the incident was. You
And I'm
said
sure,
the results.
I'm sure they're
The
going to
results are,
spin it.
yeah. The results of the polygraph was that you passed. Is that both of you passed, or can you say?
Now, right there's where she messed up because she asked 2 questions in one. She ended it with, or can you say? So he's about to answer with one word, yes. He's not answering the first part of the question. He's answering the second part of the question. Can you say? Well, yeah, he can say if he wants to. So he says yes, but he's not answering the first part of the question. He's answering the second part. So let's go back and listen to the entire question again.
The results of the polygraph was that you passed. Is that both of you passed, or can you say?
Yes.
Okay. I think that was my question that was up next was, so you've both taken a polygraph test. That was some of the questions. I see a couple people asking that specifically. Did you take a polygraph test specifically?
We are the true crime community, okay? We listen to every word and we listen in between those words, right? They say read between the lines. Well, I say listen between the words. So he's trying to play semantics with the wrong crowd, with these connected creators that he has that we just found out about, all of these details. And those creators help him play semantics, in my opinion. And I believe that that's part of what my cards were saying, especially with organized crime being the second card. Now, organized is what I believe was happening. It was organized. I don't believe that there were any crimes really committed in this organization, but I do believe that it was organized. So let's keep listening here.
And Mo wanted to know specifically, could you elaborate? Did you take one and also pass?
I've got a question, and a lot of people have been asking, Chris, is there any reason?
So he didn't get a chance to answer that question because Arctic Fox, who we now know is known for being busted as he was busted by the people who set pedos up. Yeah, he was busted for that. His dumbass butted in because he wasn't listening and started to ask another question. So Chris never had to answer that question. That was a very direct question of, did you take a polygraph test and pass also? Specifically, you.
Why you don't want Sebastian around your daughter?
Back over here to my questions. Guys, please, I appreciate your patience.
Now, this is later on again, because since Arctic Dumbass cut in there, Chris didn't have to answer that question. So people in the chat are still like, hello, we need the answer. So ask again. So Duchess is trying to get this answer. She's trying to get the polygraph stuff out of the way so they can focus on other things, because the chat is freaking out. The chat is like, hello, we're trying to get this answer here. Can you please do something about this? So she is asking again.
I do have 4 or 5 more messages that just popped up that said they want to know that you definitely took a polygraph and passed, because it got cut off by a different question and they feel like you did not answer that. So I'm just asking one more time. This is the last time, guys. I'm going to revisit this question.
Okay. For the record.
Mo, he said he passed it, according to Amy.
Well, hold on. Somebody asked the question, was a polygraph taken and has it been passed? Yes. I didn't specify who or when. But what I can tell you, everything has been vetted completely. Polygraphs have come back as passed. So I'm confused as in why they're all wondering if myself, my wife, and the biological father took one, when law enforcement agency has come out and told everybody, even in the TBI news link. If you guys hadn't read that, please go out and read that. That's got a lot of great information in it, especially it's probably the most up-to-date information. But they will even tell you, at this point in time, they have no reason to speculate foul play, anything on the parents. Everybody's been extremely cooperative of anything and everything they've asked us. They have no reason to speculate foul play, anything on the parents. Everybody's been extremely cooperative of anything and everything they've asked us.
As you can see on the screen there, I put lying liar because that's not what the TBI update says. It says again, Sebastian's family has remained cooperative since the search began and have done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. Nowhere in there does it say Chris Proudfoot is not suspected of foul play. Nowhere in there does it say Katie Proudfoot is not suspected of foul play. It doesn't even say in there that Seth has been vetted and is not suspected of foul play. So his bullshit narrative that he's pushing right here is what has been carried forward from this moment on, still to today. Now, you've seen a little snippet of how Chris manipulates words. He likes to, he told that first lady that there was an incident that happened and she asked about it. And he said, well, they'll twist it, or let's go back and hear that word, because that was where we had switched from one clip to the next.
Right.
I just knew that in the future that people would be online saying there was an incident and nobody asked what the incident was. You said the result.
I'm sure they're going to spin it.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're going to try to spin it. As she's trying to ask about the polygraph test results, he's worried about other people trying to spin a situation that happened. When this whole time, he's the freaking tornado himself. So, like I was saying, I believe that Chris was using the gift of access to him as currency. Let me get my picture pulled back up here of my notes so you can see the cards as I'm running through them. Let me stop sharing that, and we will share the photo again. By him sharing that access with certain creators, then they feel like they've been given that gift of the access. So then they feel like maybe intentionally or unintentionally that they need to defend him, right? So they might redirect suspicion towards Seth Rogers or, like I said, Sebastian himself, or another target, creators who support Seth or creators who question Chris and Katie. Those creators have questioned all of us. I know I've been questioned. I've been put on people's panels multiple times, from my own live streams or from party panels that we've done. We have a whole playlist of party panels that we did back in the day, and I miss our party panels. I want to do the party panels again. It's where all of us creators who are like-minded, I guess you could say, who question the facts, who question the information that we know from law enforcement, not from what is being twisted from Chris Proudfoot, but from what we know from law enforcement, and then the information that we have learned from the parents, all three of them. We question those things. And since we question Chris or Katie or both, we were called every possible name that you could think of, saying that we were spreading misinformation because we were speculating. Speculation is not misinformation. We are very, very clear. Just like when I started this video out, I let you know this is my intuitive thoughts, right? That none of this is factual information that I'm sharing with you unless I play a clip like those were Chris's factual words, right? So that is something that is factual. That is what Chris Proudfoot said himself. Everything that comes out of my mouth is my opinion, my speculation, my intuition. Now, these people might feel obligated to protect the relationship that they have with Chris by defending Chris publicly, right? They don't want that private communication that they have to stop because it's giving them clout and helpful information to help people watch their channel, right? Which ultimately ends in growth of their channel, which is what we all want. Views, which is what we all want. That's why we're on YouTube, is to get people to watch our videos. And then ultimately, in the end, some people make a whole lot of money. Me and my $12 this month. Okay. So I guess it bothers me when people pretend that the personal access does not influence them, because I think that actions speak louder than words. So then let me focus on me hearing the word greed. So as I was pulling my cards, I kept hearing greed. And greed does not mean just money, since we're talking about that. Greed can mean attention, control, influence, views, subscribers, relevance, status, even power, right? Greed for revenge. I absolutely believe that there is a creator who is in this clique that Chris talked to, who wants revenge against another creator that's not in this little clique that we're talking about, right? So that revenge is very powerful there. Greed for legal leverage, right? That's possible too. Greed for sympathy or protection or recognition or that exclusive information. For creators, greed may represent the desire to possess information that nobody else has. It may represent the desire to become the creator that subs visit for that inside information. It may represent money earned from the views and the memberships and the donations and the increased channel traffic. So for Chris, greed may represent something totally different. It could be the desire for him to be able to control the public perception, or the desire to control these creators, or the desire to receive attention and admiration like a celebrity. It may represent the desire to preserve his reputation, or the desire to protect his wife and household at any cost. It may represent the belief that he should be allowed to dictate how the public interprets the entire case. Greed turns tragedy into a marketplace. A missing child gets lost. The private information becomes the currency. Access becomes priority. And loyalty becomes a payment. And the public narrative, that is one of the darkest parts of this reading, because Sebastian gets lost. Now, the fourth card was family. It suggests that the motivation behind the larger system may have been the protection of the family. It may represent the protecting the family's image, or protecting specific family members, or keeping family secrets hidden. It may represent maintaining loyalty, even when that loyalty becomes destructive. Within my specific interpretation, I guess, I believe Chris's primary goal may have been protecting his family, specifically his wife, Katie. Now, that does not mean that Katie, in fact, committed a crime as a fact, right? It's just my theory based on everything that I've learned and my cards, the position of my cards, right? And the way that they came out, my intuition, and the larger context surrounding the case. Card number 5 was caregiver. Caregiver represents someone who had responsibility, authority, supervision, or trusted access to Sebastian. So, Mr. J, I think you're pocket modding, sir. Mr. J. And there were the last 2 messages that I actually just put on the screen were deleted in the chat by accident. So, Show Poodles and Gigi, you guys didn't say anything wrong. I think he has his phone in his pocket or something, so it's okay. Here's the 2 comments. And there they are. And I agree. I agree with both of these. Show Poodles, it is a pitiful place to find yourself in. But if you're allegedly guilty of doing something nefarious or criminal, you know, what do people do when they're in that position? They lie, they deny, they try to change the alibi, you know, like they put themselves in that place. Now, Chris may have not done anything to cause Sebastian to be missing, but he may be involved, may be, okay, involved in the cover-up part of it. So yeah, I guess seen it happen a lot. Unfortunately, most people don't commit a crime and then admit to the crime. A lot of people do, I guess. I've watched a lot of body cams where they do. As soon as law enforcement confronts them about it or gets them in the interrogation room, you know, they spill their guts. But some people don't. Some people enjoy playing games and having the control and the power and hiding the secrets and all of that. So anything's possible, right? Anything is possible. Okay, let's get back to it. So it could be a parent, a step-parent, a family member, a babysitter, a professional caregiver. The card alone does not identify one specific person. However, with my intuition, I believe the caregiver represents Katie. Katie is Sebastian's mother and was the primary caregiver in the home when he was last known to be alive, and where he was in their house with Katie alone when he vanished. So that gives Katie 2 important roles within my reading. She's Chris's spouse, and she's also Sebastian's caregiver. So if Chris's goal was protecting Katie, he would therefore protect both his wife and the person responsible for Sebastian's care during this critical period of time. That would give Chris a powerful personal motivation to shape public perception before the public had enough verified information to really form an independent opinion. So then we go to number 6, celebrity. Celebrity does not mean your traditional Hollywood celebrity, obviously, right? In this case, I believe that celebrity represents the public attention, on YouTube, media appearances, which have been very minimal, recognition, the clout, the status, the reputation, and image management, right? Celebrity may apply to the creators who received private access. Being able to say that they communicated directly with Chris could make them feel important within our little true crime community that we have here, right? So it could increase their visibility, bring viewers to their channel, elevate their perceived credibility. It could create the appearance that they possessed information that other creators did not have because it came allegedly from Chris. And then we have the possibility that celebrity may also represent Chris himself. Sebastian's disappearance helped place Chris in a public role. His interviews received attention. All of his statements have been analyzed. His private conversations became very important. We've heard a couple different times that he had private phone calls with people and they put them out publicly for everybody to consume. His appearances on panels and channels gave him direct access to the audience following the case. So, in my theory, Chris did not merely tolerate the public attention. I believe that he may have used it to his advantage as a way to manage his image and influence the narrative. The public version of Chris seemed like he became the concerned stepfather, the protective husband, the cooperative family member, the person generously giving information to creators who earned it, though, creators who once questioned he and his wife, because that's the logical thing to do since Sebastian disappeared from their home, and then later apologized to Chris. Now, I'm sorry. I apologize to you for what I'm about to say, because I will not apologize for anything that I have logically felt through this entire case. All of the questions that I've had have been logical questions from information that we have heard and seen with our own 2 eyes and ears. So I'm not apologizing for anything. If you took offense to something that I questioned, that's on you, not on me. I would hope that if you really wanted to find Sebastian, you would want all of these questions asked. You would want to be questioned. You would want them to ask you every question possible that they could think of so that they could rule you out and move on to the next. But that's not how it's been with Chris. Chris has been very defensive and irate. Think about when he popped up on Web Sleuths. He did not like the factual information that Chloe, the PI, was sharing. Why? That was information that was put out there so we could take all that information and put it together to complete the puzzle. Now, we're not law enforcement, so we don't need that information, but we are the true crime community and we want that information, right? I think every creator who developed a personal relationship with Chris could become another voice that reinforced his image. His image of, he was the man being attacked online. They could redirect that and again, look over here, not over there. So look at Seth. Look at what Seth is doing. Look what Seth said. Oh my gosh. Ignore what Chris just told us. Ignore the entire deflection game that Chris just played. But look over there at Seth. Look at him. We saw a lot of that, unfortunately. So I think that the celebrity card represents more than like fame. I think it represents controlling how the public sees a person or a person and his wife. So what Nonsense revealed becomes important because according to Nonsense's own account, Granny's Watching allegedly received private communications from both Chris Proudfoot and Elevated Truth. Okay. Nonsense described Granny's Watching as being extremely distraught over things that she said she had been told. Nonsense also explained that some information allegedly attributed to Chris was consistent with things that Chris had previously told Nonsense when she was on a three-way call with Chris and Duchess. Other information was not familiar and she could not verify it. So Nonsense repeatedly acknowledged that the information was hearsay. She said that she was not present for the calls that Granny's Watching had with Chris Proudfoot. She said that she could not confirm every alleged statement. And that distinction matters. The importance of Nonsense's disclosure is that not every private allegation should automatically be believed. The importance is that her story may reveal a method. Private information was allegedly being passed to selected creators. And those Okay, let me pause for just a second again. Intermission time. Hi, Kim French. Good to see you. And good to see you, Hope Floats. Welcome in. Welcome in. It has been a while. It's been way too long. Oh, way too long. I'm so happy to be back. Kind of. This is kind of like a half-ass, like, coming back live stream. Because I'm not really doing the live. I'm playing the video that I did, but I am doing the live because I'm still here talking. So, But I also wanted to say that I didn't go into a lot about what Nonsense had said that Elevated Truth had said to Granny's Watching because I felt like that was it. I feel like it's hearsay because whatever Elevated Truth told Granny's Watching was information that he would have gotten from Chris Proudfoot. So then it becomes like fourth party hearsay, right? So I didn't really go into all of that, but if you guys have not watched that live stream that Nonsense did, I do suggest that you watch it and keep Sebastian's case in mind. Like, not follow the drama because it's a whole lot of drama in there, but try to separate those two things and think about like what came from Chris, what were Chris's motives, what were Chris's actions, if hopefully that makes sense. Thank you, Jessica, for the girl power. Woo woo. I don't think it shows up on the let me look. I don't think it shows up. Nope, it just says girl power. It didn't show up. It looks like it's a flag. I love it. Thank you so much. And hi, Spunky girl. Good to see you. It has been so long. It's been way too long. But we're going to get back into it. Even if I have to do more videos or more live streams like this, I'm going to try to get back into it. And I'm also probably going to do some morning live streams once school starts back up when I'm awake, but my grandbaby's asleep. So that should be the schedule once school starts again, which I'm so not ready for. Gosh, I could bitch about that the entire live stream, but I'm not going to do it, okay? I don't want school to start back yet. Summer's not over. We just got started. Okay. Any questions, comments, or concerns so far? I'm reading the chat as we're listening. And I'm loving the comments. I know a lot of people are chilling and eating their snacks and enjoying their beverages. I just ate a cup of yogurt. Fill up my belly a little bit so it doesn't growl in your ears. Okay. No questions, comments, concerns, or critiques? We're going to keep on rolling. I'm going to go back so we can fill in this. And Kim, I have not heard anything about that case. I've seen the name, but I don't know anything about the case. Is it a child or an adult? Because I'm not sure I can do too much more. I'm not sure I could do if it's a child right now. I'll look into it though. I'll give you that promise. I'll look into it for sure. 18-year-old from Mississippi. Are they? Is he special needs of any kind? And I ask because I'm very selective about the cases that I cover when children are special needs. It hits my heart so hard. No, okay. All right, I will look into it. Okay? I will definitely look into it and see what I think, what I can gather. And I may just, if I don't want to cover it, then I may do like a community post or something about it. And if I do cover it, then I'll probably do like a video about it. But one way or another, I'll let you know for sure. Okay. I hope he's found safe. I hope he's found safe. It's just not right. It's not right. Humans don't just vanish. Like aliens don't come down and suck us up into spaceships. You know, it just doesn't happen. Okay, here we go. Being passed to selected creators. And those creators could then introduce stories and theories and rumors to the public. The original source would remain separated from that public statement. Or if the information produced a backlash, the creator that carried the information could be blamed. Nonsense also said that she felt that Granny's Watching may have been intentionally given disturbing information because people expected Granny's Watching to release it publicly. In Nonsense's opinion, certain creators may have been used to push those theories, influence the public perception, or even paint Sebastian as the problem. Multiple people allegedly carried different pieces of information. Different creators repeated different theories. There were some people who defended Chris, and there were some people who attacked Seth. Some people shifted attention towards Sebastian's behavior. If you know, you know. Some people focused on creator conflicts and litigation. A lot of that became the focus. But meanwhile, the central question remained, what happened to Sebastian Rogers? Now, in my theory, the enormous amount of chaos surrounding the case most likely served a purpose. It prevented sustained public attention on Chris and Katie and the events of February 25th and February 26th, 2024. Now, this noise does not automatically prove that there was, coordination. But in my theory, noise is a tool. So the seventh card is regret. And I kind of pack 7, 8, 9, and 10 all together. So we have the regret and dismemberment. Then we have the spouse and imprisonment. Those four, I believe, go together. Regret suggests that a person wishes they had not made a specific choice. It can represent regret over participating or agreeing or speaking or sharing information or remaining silent or trusting someone or helping hide something. Regret usually indicates that a decision was made, right? My intuition tells me that something serious happened between Katie and Sebastian when Katie said she heard the thud. I believe Katie heard a thud. That moment stuck out to her. I've watched a lot of professionals talk about when criminals recount the crime and they change it to make themselves innocent, but they keep certain details in that are the truth. So I keep that in mind as I recall Katie telling the story, and she added that thud into her story. I believe she did hear a thud, and I believe that that was when Sebastian was hurt. I believe it was accidentally done, but I believe that there was something that was happening between Katie and Sebastian, and things went too far. I'll say it that way. And that's been my belief since as long as I can remember. Again, this is my theory and my intuition. It's not an established fact. I cannot clarify that enough. I believe that Katie may regret what happened that day or regret decisions that she made immediately afterward. Regret does not necessarily mean that someone carefully planned out an outcome in advance, like it wasn't premeditated type stuff. That's why I'm specific when I say that I believe there was an accident that happened, but it was in a situation. So it could represent a situation that escalated further than intended, or an action committed in anger. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Now, it could also represent someone failing to intervene or someone believing the situation could still be corrected, or choosing silence when honesty was still possible, or agreeing to a plan after the original event. My theory leaves room for the possibility that the initial event was not planned, but the decisions made afterward became very deliberate. Very. Now, number 8, dismemberment. Dismemberment could be interpreted literally, but I don't see it that way. But I don't feel that physically, okay? I think the card is symbolic. So dismemberment represents something being separated into pieces, like divided or scattered. It represents different people holding different pieces of the truth. It can represent a timeline being deliberately broken apart, or a story becoming fragmented. It can represent someone or something being removed from its original whole. It can represent a family being torn apart. It can represent relationships being destroyed piece by piece. I feel that Katie may feel that she dismembered her own family by choosing loyalty to her spouse over complete honesty about Sebastian. Sebastian was separated from safety. Seth was separated from his son. Katie was separated from her role as Sebastian's protector. Chris and Katie may have become trapped inside of a shared story. Family members have become divided by loyalty. The public definitely became divided. The truth became fragmented among different people, and creators each appeared to receive different pieces. Nobody seemed to possess the complete picture. The positioning of dismemberment is especially important because it appeared between regret and spouse. So that tells me that the regret is probably connected to a decision involving a spouse. So my theory is that Katie may regret choosing Chris, protecting Chris, obeying Chris, or remaining aligned with Chris when she should have chosen her son. She should have put Sebastian first. Period. We've heard stories about Sebastian losing his cats because Katie wanted to be with Chris and Chris is allergic to cats. And, there's different stories that have been shared where Sebastian wasn't put first. I understand that sacrifices must be made in certain situations. I get that. And looking back is, hindsight's always 2020. So the next card, the 9th card, is spouse or partner. Spouse or partner, right up here at the top of the second stack here. Now, this is about the relationship, obviously, and I believe it suggests that this situation may not involve one completely isolated person acting alone. I believe it points towards partnership, and it could represent a couple whose knowledge, responsibilities, choices, or stories became connected. So in my reading, I obviously believe that this represents Chris and Katie. They're bound together by marriage, but maybe more. They may be bound by shared knowledge, shared consequences, mutual fear, the need to maintain a consistent recollection. They need to protect one another. Katie may need Chris to protect, direct, or guide her, which is maybe why Katie doesn't talk a whole lot. One of the things that she said she wanted for her birthday was to not let Sebastian's face fall to the bottom of the feed. But then she had 8 months of silence. Not one whisper about Sebastian for over 8 months. Chris may need Katie to maintain the version of events that he's defended publicly. So neither person could easily separate from the other without potentially placing both at risk. And that creates mutual dependence. The devil card strengthens that theory. The devil card can describe two people tied together through fear, secrecy, guilt, control, or even self-preservation, rather than through a healthy partnership. And remember, Katie is wife number 6, right? The marriage itself became part of the containment system surrounding the truth. The 10th card, imprisonment. Now, imprisonment can represent literal incarceration. It can represent fear of arrest, fear of legal exposure, fear of being trapped, silence, blackmail, feeling unable to leave a relationship or arrangement, or it can represent being trapped in a lie. In my reading, avoiding imprisonment may be the strongest practical motive behind everything that followed Sebastian's disappearance. Now, if Chris or Katie possess knowledge that could expose criminal responsibility, then controlling the public narrative would not merely protect their reputations. It would protect their freedom. That could explain why the reaction surrounding the case seems to appear so extreme. The interviews, the private calls, the creator relationships, the shifting allegations, the focus on Seth, the information allegedly passed through other people, the legal threats, the continuing battle over public perception. In my reading, the stakes are not simply embarrassment. The stakes are imprisonment, in my opinion. The card may also describe psychological prison that maybe Katie's going through right now. Maybe Chris is going through right now. But it's a psychological prison that exists before anyone is physically incarcerated. Every statement must remain consistent, which we have caught many different inconsistencies. Every former ally becomes a possible risk. Every private conversation could have been recorded. I mean, didn't we just hear that there's definitely one of these creators that records every private phone call? Every creator who changes sides may possess information. Every contradiction creates another crack. The effort to avoid prison becomes its own prison. Then the 11th card, travel. Make sure you hit that thumbs up if you haven't already. Okay, we're getting to the end. I hope you're enjoying your snacks and your drinks as you're listening to me babble here. So the 11th card is travel, and travel represents, obviously, movement from one place to another, right? It can represent transportation, relocation, a vehicle, a journey, a route, someone leaving an original location, something being moved. Travel may have two meanings in my reading. The first meaning is the travel of information through social media. Chris allegedly tells something to one creator. That creator discusses it privately with another person. That version appears on someone's channel. Someone repeats it in a chat. Another creator turns it into a theory. And eventually, viewers hear it from so many different people that they assume that it must have been a true story. The original source becomes nearly impossible to trace. And that is how rumors gain false authority. By the fourth or fifth time it's been told, everyone claims that they heard it from someone close to the case, while the original source sits safely in the background, pretending the rumor materialized through ordinary human ignorance. Travel may also represent literal physical movement. It may represent a vehicle used during the critical period. It may represent someone or something leaving the home, or someone inside of something leaving the home. It may represent the evidence being transported. It may represent a secondary location or a route that has not been fully understood. I'm saying that the card leaves open the possibility that the complete event did not remain confined to the Proudfoot home. I'm also saying that the travel card represents the stories that are traveling all over social media. Now, then we have egotism, the 12th card. Now, egotism represents things like pride, arrogance, image, self-importance, and the belief that someone is more intelligent than all of the people around them. Does that sound familiar? It can describe someone who cannot tolerate being embarrassed or losing control, someone who believes that they can manage every person individually and can't stand it if they can't. And that makes me think about when I was on panel with Emma on Crime Stories Obsessed, and she was doing her first ever call-in show, and she was doing such a good job. And then the phone rang, and then she answered it. And every time somebody called in, they could not hear me. I could hear them and I could hear Emma, but they could not hear me because I was on panel with them, or on panel with Emma, and Emma was on the phone with them. So the phone rings and this man starts talking. And as soon as he starts talking, my head pops up And you can hear me say, that sounds like Chris. Chris starts giving Emma shit because of what the caller before him had said. And so Emma explained, well, this is what we talked about. This is what I said. I made sure to clarify this. And so then he's like, oh, I know, but, and he spins it to a different point that he's trying to make. So she clarifies that point, and then he spins it again to a whole nother point. He completely forgot what he started talking about when he first came up on the phone call. When he first started talking to Emma, his focus was one thing, but he couldn't handle being wrong. He wanted her to be wrong. He wanted what we were doing to be so wrong. Emma had over 40,000 subscribers at that point, and he was so worried about 40,000 people hearing what we were talking about because it was not favorable to him. He wanted to control the narrative. He wanted to control what we were talking about and our views so badly. And anytime Emma was like, whoa, hold up. No, that's not what happened. He would spin it. Isn't that what he just said? That people would spin it? I think that sounds like a little bit of a deflection and projection there, doesn't it? He was so worried about that. I'll try to link that in the description box below too, just in case. A lot of people haven't seen that phone call. I would love to go. Okay, I have intermission. I have that pulled up right now, and I am going to, let's see, start at, I'm going to copy the link and put it in the chat. So, because I did not put it in my description box yet, but I will. But I'm going to play a little bit of it because I wanted to add it to the video, but I didn't because I was trying to keep it under 2 hours, but this is a live stream, so here we go. So let me get over here and share this tab instead. And now, how many of you have seen this? Hi there, real sisters in crime. Welcome, welcome. And Miss Cheese, I'm so glad that you remember that. Has anybody seen this? Do you remember this? So Emma had invited me on panel to do her first ever call-in show. I think this is the one and only that she ever did too, okay? After Chris called in, she handled him like a pro too. She did such a good job. Like, I was so proud of her. But, yeah. I want to review this whole call on a live stream. That's what I was getting ready to say in my video. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, it's been a while, right? So let me see here. It was 2 years ago, May 2nd, 2024. May 2nd. Okay. And I think I have it queued up right here where he's getting ready to call. So what had happened was this lady had called in and she said that she, and this is going by memory from 2 years ago. Okay. She had said something about that she went to a store in her town, in her state, that was not Tennessee. I don't remember the town or state right now. And she said that she saw a kid with a woman and she swore he looked just like Sebastian. She had also talked about she confused the hell out of us, honestly, because she had talked about how her son wouldn't let her out of the house. Her grandson's the one that took her to the store, and her family doesn't know that she has a phone. And she had talked about contacting law enforcement about the kid that she saw, but her son said no because he didn't want her to get involved. And like, it was a big kerfuffle. So Emma and I had decided live on the live stream that we were going to take every detail that she gave us. And as she was giving it to us, I was typing an email to TBI. So every single thing that she had said was going into that email, and the link and timestamp of Emma's live stream was included in the email. And I did write the whole email, and I did send it to TBI that night. I had to wait for the live stream to end so that I could get the exact timestamp of when the lady had called in. But so Emma and I had already verbalized that. We had already talked about we're going to put all of this information together. And when the lady gave the name of the town that she was in and the name of the store, there were people in chat and they had helped out. Somebody had put the address to the store in chat, and it was held for review, but I was a mod, so I was able to see it, so I screenshot it so I could add it into the email. So we were on top of it. And I'm pretty sure this is the part where I said I had screenshot the address. So we were on top of it. Chris still called in. Okay. He still called in and tried to give Emma shit. And she basically kindly, very kindly, told him to fuck off in her own way. Okay. Now, Emma's in the medical profession, so she deals with people of, everything. And it showed in this phone call. So let me play just a little bit, right? It was crazy. It was so wild. It wasn't her first live stream that she had done, but it was her first call-in live stream. So she had never put the phone number on the screen. She had just set it up. We were kind of testing it out, and then that lady had called in, and then there was one other person that called in, and then the lady called back in again, and Emma had just gotten off the phone with her, and we were talking about the email, and then Chris called. So she was like, I'm done with this shit. I'm never doing a call in again. You guys are wild. Chris Proudfoot called me. No. Poor Emma. I love Emma. She's so sweet. So make sure you're subscribed to Crime Stories Obsessed too, please. She has 2 channels now, I'm pretty sure. If not 3. But she's such a sweetheart. Okay. Right? It was wild. I thank you. I'll have to go back and look, but thank you for that. So we do have the address to the store.
Good. So when we've finished on the call, we will get that information together and send it in. So
yes,
I mean, I do agree
Yeah.
with the chat.
Nashville, TN, United
Nashville.
States, +1615.
Hello, Crime Stories Obsessed.
Yeah, is this the call-in show?
It is. Hi, you're live.
Hey, awesome. Hey, I heard somebody saying that they saw Katie's mom or something with a kid. Is that really true?
It's difficult. That's what she said. I don't want to say too much on here without upsetting anybody that's listening, namely the person that just called in. But we were just questioning if there was anything, any confusion. But we are going to take it seriously and make sure the address, the details, everything she said is passed over to law enforcement. We're going to do that together when we finish on the call, so that we'll actually give them the call. They can listen to it themselves. What?
You hear me there? I said that sounds like Chris. It most definitely was Chris. Okay. But that was the other thing. So we had talked about, Emma's so respectful. And like I said, she is in the medical field. And she was trying not to diagnose this woman, but we were worried that there might have been something going on. Maybe not. I don't even remember exactly how we described it, but we thought that maybe the lady was confused and she saw a woman that looked like Katie's mom, and then saw a kid that looked similar to Sebastian. And since she had seen Sebastian's face on YouTube so much that she had convinced herself that the kid looked like Sebastian. So that's the rest of it. Yeah, he was acting which how many times have we seen him do that? Call into a show and pretend that it's not really him and try to sound like somebody else. Excuse me. Oh, Trishy. Oh, okay. The Real Sisters in Crime is Trishy818. How you doing? It's good to see you. Thank you for telling me. I wouldn't have ever known. So you have a, hold on. Is this a channel that I need to subscribe to? Hold on. Go to channel. Yes, it is. We have some videos over here and some live streams over here. Okay. I am now a subscriber, and I'll put your link in the chat too, so everybody else can go subscribe too. There we go. Awesome, awesome. How exciting. Okay, right. Why didn't he just say, hey, this is the stepfather, and you know, the lady just said this, but listen to where he goes. Okay, so he starts out with one point, right? And then when Emma responds to that point and justifies it, logically justifies it, then he like is like, oh, hold on, let's go over here. Let me try to put this point out. So it's like, you know, he's going from one thing to another because he always has to have that control. And I knew that from this moment forward, I had a different perspective of him. And I already didn't have a very good perspective of him, but like this changed, like this, woo, yeah, okay. Okay. Your Real Sisters. Oh, that's awesome. I'll have to check your channel out later when I'm binge watching, waiting on my grandbaby to go to sleep. When he was, yes, when he was talking about running Betty over. Yep. When he said it's not illegal. I remember that. Yep. Okay, here we go.
What did you make of it?
I want to add this to that call then.
Yep.
Because you're talking to Chris, the stepfather of Sebastian Rogers,
Oh.
now.
Oh, hi.
I thought
So
so.
here's the funny thing. The thing that lady was after spewing,
Yeah.
absolutely crap.
Okay.
That's the funny thing.
Right.
Absolutely.
Now, how in the hell would he know that that was absolute crap? How would he know for a fact that that woman did not see Sebastian and a woman who looked like Katie's mom? How would he know that? Unless he knows, in fact, where Kate or where Sebastian is. How else would he know that?
Absolutely crap.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, no worries. I
didn't want to
everybody
upset
wants to
her.
get all these answers and they want to get stuff straight. Well, let's get stuff straight. And let's put this out here for everybody to understand.
Yeah.
See, when you have people like that called into your show and they say they have all this information, and when you ask the question, why didn't you call law enforcement? And her answer was, because my son didn't want me to.
Yeah, there's an
That
issue.
right there's a red flag that is absolute BS.
But you've
Because
got to be
anybody-
careful what you say on here. I don't want to upset the woman. You know what I mean? She's given me the
I'm not
information.
upsetting her. I am stating the facts.
Yeah,
Because-
you're right.
Because the reason why, I'm one of the parents. And let's talk about upsetting people, because you've got people that go on these shows and they say these kinds of things,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't use common sense. Because if she had the information, so you mean to tell me that you just went on a show with 44,000 subscribers that you have, and she openly admitted that she wouldn't call the cops but had information? What kind of person with a compassionate heart says something like that?
Probably somebody
Doesn't make any sense.
It's probably somebody with a bit of Alzheimer's, or somebody that's seen something on Facebook and has, you know.
Yeah, see, but once again, that's where it goes right back to speculations and assumptions, and then they put out false.
Okay, but we're allowed to speculate. We're allowed to assume. And that doesn't mean that we're putting out false information. Okay, we're allowed to speculate, and we're allowed to say, if we see somebody in public that reminds us, I mean, everybody has a twin, right? Everybody in this world has a twin. We all do. How many times have you seen somebody and almost went up to them and then you're like, whoa, wait, that's not who I thought it was? Or you've seen somebody on a video somewhere or on, you know, like, we all have a twin. So it's very possible that this woman did see somebody that resembled Katie's mother or Sebastian Rogers. It's very possible. But he wasn't having it. And notice he pointed out the 40,000 subscribers that she has. Exactly. Hi, Ginger. Good to see you. Exactly. This is that control, that egotism. That's why when I saw the egotism card, I was like, holy shit balls, these cards are so good. Like, oh my goodness. Okay, we're going to keep going a little bit more here.
And misleading information. And unfortunately, it truly bogs down the investigation from law enforcement on every aspect.
It does.
So, I mean, and I'm
Okay, wait. It bogs down the investigation on every aspect. Okay. Right, Ginger? I completely understand that. So I'm very curious. I really wish that the creators who did speak to Chris in private would share their communications that they had with him, with law enforcement, give every bit that they have. But I also would like for them to together share anything that they have in writing or any recorded phone calls, because I heard that there's some of those floating around that maybe somebody has. So I wouldn't be surprised if only one person recorded a call that they had with Chris. We've already heard a few of them that people have put out. So I wouldn't be surprised if this clique of creators recorded the calls. Can you imagine what we could learn if we took everybody's communications and compared them? How many different stories did Chris tell? How many tidbits did Chris put out? How many different narratives did he share? And maybe it's none. Maybe he didn't do anything like that. Maybe he only shared what law enforcement told him, or maybe he only shared factual information. But I think it would be interesting to see it all together. Like, that would be a big project, but I think it could be done, and I would love for somebody to do it. I would love for somebody to do it. Because I'm almost positive that the narratives that started floating around from the creators that got information from Chris also bogged down the investigation. Yeah, I hope it's at least given to law enforcement, Ginger. Like, at least. I hope that every single person who has spoken to him has given it to law enforcement. Like that, every single person. Because in that way, law enforcement can do the comparisons. They can go through and look at the dates and when he told who what. I really I feel like when Nonsense did the live, she did it to show that she wasn't lying about something, and I respect that. But I also think that she has no idea the whole can of worms that just opened, and in a good way. In a good way, respectfully. I'm glad that she did it. I'm glad that she shared this information. And not for the drama side of it, but because of what we now know about Chris and these creators behind the scenes. When I first saw part of this, like when I found out that Nonsense had done this, I think I was watching, I don't know. I was watching somebody else's channel and I was in the chat and I said something about, like, did Nonsense just make herself a witness? Because by her sharing that information, she just shared a lot of information that maybe can be used by law enforcement, Like, I'm trying to be careful what I say, because I'm not trying to piss anybody off. I'm really not. I'm not trying to say anybody's wrong for certain things that they did or for talking to Chris or, whatever. I'm strictly trying to stick to what it all means. and how it makes Chris look really nefarious. You know, it really does. And if Chris gets pissed off about it, I expect that. You know, I expect it. Right, Miss Cheese? Exactly. Yes, exactly. Everybody is so focused on the drama. And that's why I'm like, don't look at the drama. Go watch the live stream that Nonsense did, but don't look at the drama side of stuff. You know, look at the factual information that she's giving us and the implication of what everything combined means. Like, what is it showing us? That's what I think. And yes, Ginger, if the narrative changes, that absolutely matters. That matters a lot, right? And they were on, and I think that there still are some on his side. I think that, I mean, I haven't heard any of them or heard about any of them coming out and saying anything about their conversations with Chris. So I don't even know, like, are they still talking to him? Are they still planning on talking to him? Has anybody addressed having communication with him in private? Like, I haven't heard any of that yet. I've only just heard the stream that Nonsense did. I don't know. I don't know. And like I said, I don't do the drama, so I'm not wanting the drama. And I don't want to say anything negative about any of the creators. You know, I have my own personal feelings, but if I share that, that doesn't help Sebastian. And that's what I'm hoping that this will do. I'm hoping that this information will help find Sebastian, help get Sebastian justice, help Seth find his son. You know, like, that's what I want to see. That's what I care about. Right. Exactly, Miss Cheese. Why else would he be in the background trying to control a narrative? Why would he lie about all three parents taking polygraph tests and passing them? Why would he lie and say on the TBI website, it says that the parents have all been extremely cooperative and that they've all been vetted and there's no foul play involved? And, you know, like, why would he say that when we know that that's lies? Why lie like that? You haven't heard anything? Okay. Right. Why lie? Like, that's that's the main question right there. Why lie? What's the point unless you're trying to cover something up? Why fucking lie? There's a missing child that all of this is surrounded around, and you're fucking lying. Why? I'm going to hit play.
Sure, Seth would agree with me, and so does Katie on this deal. But we really don't want the rest of the BS out there. We just want true hardcore leads that could actually lead somewhere, not
I understand
somebody who thinks they saw something and whatnot. We would just really call in and get those leads in if they feel that.
No, I agree. I agree 100%. The only problem is I'm a paramedic, so I understand you're going to get people that may have problems, that may have dementia, and they don't they don't realize. And if they were 30 years younger, they probably wouldn't call in because they know that it was just something that was in their mind that they'd seen earlier on say Facebook or somewhere. We can't medically diagnose somebody over here, but just by speaking.
No, I mean, you don't have to diagnose anybody over the air, but common sense, I don't care who you are, would say that if you have the information and you think it's a credible thing, you should call law enforcement regardless. I mean, how would somebody feel if their child went missing and they were in our shoes and they had all these people calling in and saying that they have spotted this child, they've seen this, when they see that, but refuse to call it in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, false tips are better than no tips, you know, but
Yeah.
true common sense on things like, you know, when people say, well, I just didn't want to call it in, that is a red flag right there. Even with law enforcement saying this.
Yeah.
When people say,
She said her
well,
family didn't
I
want
didn't
her to
want to
get
call
involved.
it in from 9 to 1.
Yeah,
because
she said her family didn't want her to get involved, and there is probably a reason for that, like you said, but we
She's
don't know. I
78
mean,
years old.
she's 78, you know.
Well, you know, anonymous reporting is perfectly okay.
Yeah, she
You
wasn't
don't have to
And we're
give
going to
information.
report
It
it.
doesn't have to come of it, but
Anonymous reporting is okay. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to get my mouse down to the video to pause it, and everything else kept popping up. I gotta hear that one more time. Hold on.
you know.
well, you know, anonymous reporting is perfectly okay.
Yeah.
Anonymous reporting is certainly okay. He's so smart. My goodness. It's too bad he's not pervy to Stop it, Mandy. Stop it. Anyway, so how was he so sure that her possible sighting was not correct, right? How was he so sure that that sighting in, what was it, North Carolina at that national park place? How was he so sure that that was not Sebastian? There were people on here that were like, Seth was ready to drive there, and I think he did, didn't he? But not Chris. Chris was like, nope, it's not him. Katie said, we're not sure. We're looking into it. And, but that wasn't, I think Katie only said that because she had learned from the first time that somebody said that they thought they saw Sebastian somewhere. And Katie asked if he had his shoes on. She didn't ask where they saw him or saw this kid that looked like Sebastian, or asked if he was okay or whatever. She asked if he had shoes on. That was on Facebook. I have the screenshot somewhere. So I'm speaking as a fact. I saw the words. So how can they be so sure? And he did. Miss Cheese, I think that so when he said that, I think that one gets misconstrued a little bit, because I do believe that did come from law enforcement. The way that he said it was that the case will be studied for years, because it's like Sebastian just vanished out of the house. Now, if law enforcement did not say that, okay, that's a major red flag. But if law enforcement really did say that, it makes sense. So, right? Yeah. Right, Kim? That's true. And yeah, you don't look for something if it's not missing. If you know where it is, it's not missing to you. It may be missing to everybody else, but it's not missing to you. So if I know where my keys are, but my husband needs to get in my truck and he can't find my keys and he's searching all around and he's like, I can't find your keys. Well, why are you looking for my keys? I know where they are. They're right there. You know, you don't search for something if you know where it is. And the only time that I've heard about Chris and Katie searching was when they were smiling and waving at a drone camera. I could be wrong, but that's the only time that I've heard about. And Miss Cheese, I think, okay, I'm going to hit play again. We're going to watch just a little bit more of this, because see how he's redirecting? See how he started out with one point and Emma's like, no, this is kind of what we're doing, you know? And then he changes it and it's like, well, you're wrong for this. And then she's like, well, no, because this is what's happening. No, you're wrong for this then. You know, like he just keeps redirecting his point. So exactly, Trishy. Exactly. We didn't know that he was watching at that time, but we knew after that he didn't miss a show, you know? Anytime I think Sebastian's name was in the title, I think he was there. I can't either, Gigi. I can't either. I can't. So I know that Brandy doesn't like it, but I look at Brandy as such an inspiration because not only is she an amazing human, just in general, but she has been through so much. And she has still always been a voice for her son. She has been to every court hearing. She has been on all of the news releases. She's joined panels of many different people, many different channels, trying to get Michael Vaughan's name heard and his face seen. She has not let her son fall to the bottom of the feed. And if you remember, Katie Proudfoot had a birthday wish that she didn't want her son's face to fall to the bottom of the feed. But yet she had over 8 fucking months of silence. She didn't join a panel. She didn't talk to a reporter. She didn't do a media interview. Nothing. For over 8 months.
Yeah, she wasn't
You don't have to give
to.
information. You have to come of it, but
Yeah,
you know,
we will pass
once
it
again, this
across.
just goes right back to where we keep asking everybody if there's something, just reach out into law enforcement. Just all you got to do is pick up the phone and call them. You don't wait.
But the
Call
thing is,
them
it's not up
immediately.
to us as the public to sift through tips and work out what we feel is right and genuine and what's not. You know, it's a case of this comes in, you know, this is the information, you decide. It isn't up to us to I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. It does bog them down with all this crap. But
I'm also saying that you've got folks that come in on your show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm being very respectful when I say this, but they're coming in on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say this to any creator out there.
Mm-hmm.
When you have somebody that comes on your show and wants to make statements like that, and nobody stops them and asks them the questions that make common sense, like, okay, you don't want to get it reported, you don't want to be involved, that's fine. You know, there's also anonymous reporting that you can put out there, and that might help change the narrative as far as whether or not they want to report things. You know, it's just looking out for all parties' interests. Yeah. Sebastian being number one, the missing child.
Yeah.
Our son, you know.
That. But unfortunately, some people are going to have problems, you know. It's difficult. It's difficult. We did get as much information. I don't think she was going to tell us anything about her. I did ask. But she gave us the information.
Okay. We're going to go back over here to finish out my video. Share this tab instead here. We're almost done. There's still about a little over a half hour left of it. So I want to go ahead and try to get it done and wrap it up. And I am looking for the clip because I'm almost positive that I clipped when Chris said that it would be a case that would be studied. So I'm going to go through and find that. I did find, let me see if I can share that. I did find where, I'll have to open another tab. I did find the clip where I was wanting to share with you guys that Brandy and Tyler Vaughn were basically cleared by law enforcement, but law enforcement doesn't come out and clear families or, you know, anybody. So let me, okay, let me share this tab instead. She just ran through here. She's so funny. Okay, so this is them basically clearing the Vaughans.
Our department has processed over 1,200 leads, many of which we've been able to clear, many of which we are still working on. We've had a lot of law enforcement across the entire country and internationally help us chase down some of these leads. I'd like to note that after a year-long thorough investigation, the family is not a focus of our investigation at this point. They are continuing to fully cooperate with us in all of our efforts from the investigation standpoint. Today, as members of this community, we continue to agonize with the family, and we continue to dedicate our resources to bringing Michael home safely. We believe that the continued distribution of this story will generate more attention and more tips and help us get this thing, get some resolution to this case. So there's no tip that's too small or benign that we won't investigate.
I'm glad.
Okay, so that is basically them saying, you know, we're not looking at the family anymore. They're not our focus, and basically leave them alone. So I need to download that and upload it in StreamYard so I have it saved. And right, that's how a press conference should be done. And why is law enforcement not done more press conferences in Sebastian's case? Like, why is that? I want to know what the fuck law enforcement is doing. And I say that because we know that there was a camera on the neighbors' houses almost surrounding the Proudfoot's house. There was a camera behind the house where you could see the back door and you could see the driveway and the side where the garages are. There was a camera across the street where you could see the front door that Chris himself said after he and Katie had ruled out the garage door and the back door as exits. They said the front door was basically the only exit that Sebastian could have left through. And the camera across the street, though, he later said, when Smiley asked him if somebody had walked up to the front door, if they would be seen on camera. And he said that, yes, the camera across the street would definitely pick up somebody on the front porch. Even if it was just a blur or a shadow, you would still see something if somebody tried to go on the front porch. So that means all of those exits were covered. All of the windows had been checked. So he ruled out the front door as an exit too. So they ruled out the back door, the front door. The back door was ruled out because he didn't have a key to it and it was locked. The garage door was too loud. So the front door would be the only door that he would be able to go out and lock it behind him. That's true, wannabe sleuth. I've never heard that before. I like that. Oh my goodness. But yeah, he contradicted himself. Exactly. Like, it makes no sense. I don't understand it. Oh, hold on here. Beeline for those cheeks. Oh my goodness. Show poodles, I agree. And that's, that's what it kind of looks like, Kim, right? Like, why haven't they been doing more? Send that recording. Which recording? Amazingly true and welcome. The one where he said that law enforcement said that it would be a case to be studied. And yeah, he didn't, the way that, I'm going to play that in this video too, when Chris talked to Heather, the PI, the way that he talked to her. I played just a little bit of it. Yep, he said we would have heard him. Well, he was saying that if he would have climbed out the window, we would have heard him because he would have stepped in the mulch and the bushes and it would have hurt him. So he would have made noise. And yeah, we would have heard him. I know I got that short clipped also as a short. I have a lot of shorts of things that Chris has said on my channel. So I have to go through them and find those. Find the one where he said that for sure. Absolutely, wannabe. Absolutely. And sometimes that's the best way to do it. Humor, as morbid as it may be sometimes, it does help cope. I get it. Yeah, that one. Okay. That's, I mean, I don't know if it's already been sent to them or not, but I don't think that they would respond to me and say, yes, somebody said that to him, or no, they haven't, because I wonder if it was like Brandon Carter or Bobby Simmons or, like who in law enforcement said that, because I don't think he said that. I'm pretty sure he said we. I know I have that clip. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing my video here, and I'm going to. I'll find. Hold on, let me write it down because my memory is as long as my pinky toe. Okay, so I need to find. Move my spoon here. That yogurt was good. Okay, I can't chew food right now, so I'm on a kind of a soft diet, and that was good. It hit the spot. Okay, case to be studied. And then going out the window. And are those the only two? Or was there something else that he said? The one that cleared the parents of Michael Vaughn by the police department. Right? They could learn, right? Amazingly true. They could learn a little bit from the Idaho police department. Right. Allegedly, Katie was the only one that was in the house with him, inside of a locked house when he disappeared. Yep. He also told the kid, or put the dogs up, but when he's not home, the dogs sleep with Katie. That's what I'm saying. Like, these are public contradictions that we've heard. Can you imagine the contradictions that he's made in private to these other creators that he's talked to behind the scenes? Like, I want to know. I want to know what has been said. I want to know the things that he has told them. I want to know. I think that's a song. I want to know if he really. Okay. Back to this before I start singing and hurt your ears. Okay, here we go. Go live and review that call. Because I feel like that's the lost interview or the lost, I don't even know what you'd call it. A lot of people haven't seen it though. And that shows a lot about how Chris Proudfoot plays verbal games and mind games. He always has to be in control. So that's why I believe that egotism is Chris's greatest weakness. I believe that Chris may view himself as more intelligent and strategic and persuasive and capable than the people watching him. And that could explain why he would allegedly communicate with so many other creators. A person confident in his ability to control others may believe every conversation gives him another ally. However, every additional conversation creates another witness, another set of messages, another person remembering what was said, another opportunity for conflicting stories, another creator who may eventually change sides, another person who may compare notes with someone else. The very behavior intended to control the narrative may have ultimately revealed how the narrative was constructed. So if separate people receive the same story, that could reveal repeated messaging. If separate people received different versions, that could reveal where a story was changed or customized for a particular audience. The dog wants in the bedroom. Hang on, I'll be right back. Ego may cause someone to overestimate their ability to control every moving part. Now, the final card was water. And water could mean like a literal body of water, or it could represent a route near water. It could represent something transported across or beside water. It could represent concealment or washing, cleaning, an attempt to remove evidence, emotional overwhelm, something submerged. information finally surfacing, because water appeared after travel, I cannot ignore the possibility that it may point toward a location, a route, concealment method, cleaning process, or even a final destination. Water may be entirely symbolic. That's why I use the phrase water sinks to its own level. Water can temporarily be blocked. It can be diverted, hidden underground, put inside of a container. However, pressure builds, cracks form. Water eventually finds another route. And that's how I view the truth in Sebastian's case. Someone may believe that they can control every creator, every interview. Okay, I have to pause for just a second. Kim, I don't believe that that's true. I think that Clue did have her channel before Sebastian went missing. I remember her talking about the Idaho 4 and she used to not be on camera. I remember going back through and looking through her channel, though, and I'm almost positive that it was way before Sebastian vanished. So I don't think that that's true. Now, he did become close to Clue and her fiance because they live close together. And I know that I've heard, they joked around. Hi, his eyes, and hi, Claudia. They had joked around about being related, and I think that there was research done that they are not related. So they used to joke around about being cousins. Now, I'm not saying anything as a fact because I don't know. Okay. So, I don't think that they knew each other before Sebastian vanished, in my opinion. Okay. From what I have gathered, from what I've seen, what I've heard, and she had a little channel before. Now, it's possible that they knew each other before. That's very possible. Right, Scranton, right. That's right. She did. I remember she had posted on her, because I remember somebody sharing a screenshot of the post. She posted on her community tab that almost her exact words, I may quote it wrong, but I think she said that mom is guilty AF. Something like that, when she first had started covering Sebastian's case. And then something about when she went, because she went to a search that Seth was holding, or Seth was there too, or something. And then I think that's about the same time that she had started talking to Chris. And then the narrative was that Seth was weird because of something. I don't know. So they did flip. Yeah, they did flip. But everybody that he talked to flipped. When Jay first started covering the case, logically, she said, there's something wrong with this. And then she flipped, apologized, and then, I think that a lot of them, there might have been one or two maybe that didn't flip, but the majority of them flipped and apologized. Yeah, I don't remember. I was trying to think if I could remember, because usually I have a pretty good memory about certain things, but I can't remember what videos were on there on her channel before Sebastian vanished. Because you got to think, Idaho 4 happened in 2022, right? And Sebastian didn't vanish until February 25th, 2024. Yeah. I'm still looking for these shorts too. Okay. I just wanted to, because I don't want to talk bad about anybody. Okay. So I'm trying to refrain from that. I don't want any drama with any creators because of this. I don't want to focus on the drama side of things. So I just want to try to keep it factual and respectful as much as possible. So thank you so much. I love you guys bunches. Yeah, they didn't like his sense of humor. Yeah, whatever. I like Seth. Okay. I understand he has a different type of sense of humor, whatever. But he also is very dedicated to finding his only child. I can't say that for any of the other parents. Every theory, the accusations, and private conversation, but they cannot control every person forever. Eventually, someone speaks, someone saves messages, someone releases a recording, someone becomes angry, compares timelines, notices contradictions, realizes that maybe they were used. Someone decides protecting Sebastian matters more than protecting access. Water sinks to its own level. The truth does too. So when I first read this poll, without immediately assigning the cards to specific people, I believe that basically it was saying that a corrupt or manipulative situation may have involved more than one person. Somebody had told me in a chat right after Clue's channel was terminated, they had told me that they had all of the times that Chris had gotten on panel, they had those videos downloaded or saved or something, and they were going to email them to me. And I don't remember who said that now, and I didn't get that email. I'm going to go back and check my email and check my spam and make sure, but I do know that somebody said that they did have them all recorded. I know I have parts of some of them recorded because I had recorded some of them to use in videos and stuff, but I don't have all of them in their entirety. Exactly, wannabe. Exactly. Right. And, you know, we're told that we can't hold things against Katie because she's distraught because her child is missing. And, you know, you don't know how people react and all of that. And so, you know, why it shouldn't be okay to do to Seth either. So I agree. Okay, sorry. Let's keep rolling. Manipulative situation may have involved more than one person. Different individuals have held different roles. Someone may have offered information, access, protection, promises, favors, or another benefit in exchange for loyalty, participation, silence, or influence. I apologize if it sounds like I'm talking funny and mispronouncing words a little bit. I am. I have an abscess tooth right now, but I'm pushing through it to record this video. It hurts so bad. My face is swollen so bad right now. That's why I'm not on camera either. So anyway, the matter is closely connected to a family and someone in the caregiving role. The public attention, reputation, YouTube, or image management became entangled with the situation. Someone connected to a partnership is feeling some regret. The truth, evidence, timeline, or family structure was divided into pieces. And fear of imprisonment or exposure is keeping people silent or keeping people pushing different narratives. Something may have traveled from one person or location to another. Ego and greed may be driving decisions. The water may represent a physical connection, an attempt to keep clean or conceal something, or hidden information surfacing eventually. So a corrupt and coordinated arrangement involved an exchange, favor, or expected benefit. It closely connects to family and caregiving access, while public image, attention, and influence played a significant role. Someone later experienced regret. The truth, evidence, or physical circumstances were divided into pieces, with a spouse or partner central to what occurred. Fear of imprisonment helped maintain silence. Something or someone may have been moved, with ego and greed driving those decisions, and water became connected to the destination, concealment, cleaning, or final stage. So we also can't forget that I kept hearing greed throughout this whole reading. I believe that Chris believes that he is above everyone else, but the truth will eventually expose the actual level on which he's been operating. And the word greed explains why the system would attract participants. For some creators, greed may mean the money, the views, the subscribers, recognition, the exclusive access. For Chris, greed may mean control, attention, admiration, loyalty, protection, and the ability to dictate how others perceive him and Katie. For other participants, greed may mean influence or relevance, legal advantage or revenge, or becoming important inside the case. And then knowing that I grabbed my cards and started writing down that I was doing my reading when I was 2 hours and 25 minutes and 15 seconds into Nonsense's stream, I can't let that go. I can't ignore that. And that extra 15 seconds, it may hold significance later. Nope, it just hit me. I know exactly what the 15 means. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't see that until just now. So I started my reading at 2 hours and 25 minutes and 15 seconds into Nonsense's stream. The 2:25 is obvious, right? February 25th. The 15 seconds, Sebastian was 15 years old on 2/25/24, the day that he was last seen alive. Wow. Wow. Holy moly. Okay. Well, I just put that together in real time. You just heard that. Saw that light bulb go off. Did you see how bright that shit was? Holy moly, that was bright. Like that literally just happened right in front of our eyes. That's wild. That's so wild. Sorry, I just felt like I needed an air bubble moment. Okay. Wow. All right. That's crazy. I didn't realize it when I was doing the reading, but when I was going back over my notes and I looked at everything on my paper and I saw that 2:25 right there. Cards pulled at 2:25:15. That's so wild. All right. Well, there we are with that. So let's wrap this up. We're almost 2 hours into this. All right. So according to my reading, my own intuition, not factual information, let me clarify that one more time. My theory, my reading tells me that something serious occurred between Katie and Sebastian on Sunday. Okay, I found the one. Sorry, I've been running around the house too. I found the one where he said, we would have heard something. And he did say we. And I'm going to play it for you here. Sorry, let me get it pulled up. Okay, share this tab instead.
I used to say,
No, stop it. Okay, here we go.
That y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, with
Yes,
the
yes.
screens intact and things like that.
Yeah, nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, huh? Not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak, he would have landed in the flower bed and, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah, we'd have heard something because he had landed on it and screamed.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so there it is. There's the we. Now, if that's not the clip that you guys were thinking and that there was another one where he said everybody, let me know. Because I can't recall right now off the top of my head where he said everybody, but I wouldn't rule it out either. So, let me see. Oh, thank you, Karen. That's so sweet. Thank you, thank you. I used to, so I have an art channel also that I used to go live on all the time. I haven't been live on it in a few years, but people used to come in there and I would do like hours, like 8, 12, 24 hours one time. Who's counting? But people would come in when it was bedtime and they would say that they were there for their Mandy medicine because I would talk them to sleep. Like, I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or an insult. Am I boring and talk you to sleep? And they're like, no, it's your voice. Okay, we'll go with that. So I appreciate that though. Thank you. So I'm still looking for the other one where he said about it'll be a case that would be studied. And I have so many shorts. Every time I click on one, then when I go out of it, it takes me back to the top of my shorts. And to the top of my shorts. Listen to me. Getting a little personal here. So then I have to go back in and start all over again. So I'm trying to find them, but I'm happy that I've found those two so far. So I'm going to keep looking while you guys keep listening. And hi, Brenda. I saw you up here earlier. Let me catch up with chat here. And I definitely would have hunted somebody down too. Okay. Don't you find it odd that Katie will not talk to Seth at all alone, privately, on the phone? Like, just the two? Like, I don't understand. I don't care what. Nothing would stop me from finding my child. And if that means that I have to pair with somebody who I despise, I don't care. It's going to happen because the love for my child trumps everything. Okay? Literally everything. If you can't talk to a person that you created a child with out of love, out of marriage, something's wrong. And it makes me agree with the people who say that she doesn't want to talk to him because he can tell when she's lying. Maybe that's just the possibility. Maybe they're correct. Miss G's right. I would have gotten my own charges too. And yeah, right, Brandy? Right? The laugh is eerie. He does say everybody. See, I wonder. Hi, Chew. How you doing? I think that's why I said if there's something else, you guys, somebody will figure it out because I do remember vaguely him saying everybody, but I don't remember because didn't he kind of the way that he said it, didn't he kind of stumble on it maybe like everybody or every something like I don't remember. The way that he pronounced everybody like it was a but I don't remember what he was talking about. Gosh. There's been so much that has happened. Oh. Okay, so if anybody remembers, let me know and I'll find it and I'll play it. And thank you, Brenda. You guys are too sweet. Still, yeah, right? Exactly, show poodles. Exactly. And it's a big red flag. Like how, yep. Hi, his eyes. And right, the flashlight. Goodness, that's a whole nother. Oh, look, I got a new video clip. I want to play it because we're not going to follow the squirrel or the skelly right now, but we do follow squirrels carrying shiny shit and skellies carrying shiny shit. So I made a little video clip to go with it. Hold on, let me take the comment down here. And I want to show you guys. This is so cute. That's what happens when we chase squirrels in the squad, okay? The skelly joins in and we get lost and we go down a whole different path. Oh my goodness. I think so too, Scranton. I think so. And that's why he didn't want to talk about the truck, right, Miss Cheese? Don't talk about my truck. And I'm getting caught up here. You like it? It's so cute. Oh my goodness. Okay, wait, what is happening to my StreamYard chat? What is it doing? There it goes. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Whoop, whoop. Uncle alert, uncle alert. Squirrels are your spirit animals. See, it's perfect, right? I don't either, Claudia. I don't either. At all. Mm-mm. At all. And Claudia, I hope law enforcement did. Now, see, here's the thing. Chris, he lied about polygraphs, right? So we know that for sure, right? He also said that law enforcement had talked to Katie, that they had both been talked to. And, you know, usually you think the mother and father and any step parents, any custodial parents, or whoever has custody of the child, or whoever is the caretaker, okay, that they're going to be interviewed by law enforcement, right? But when they go in to the interrogation room, what's the first thing that law enforcement does? They read the rights and they say, you have the right to remain silent. You have the right to not talk to us without a lawyer. You have the right to stop this meeting at any time to consult with a lawyer. If you cannot afford a lawyer, we can provide one to you. You know, like they read the rights. So if Katie did go in for questioning, who knows what was said? Did she go in alone? Was it her and Chris together? Or did Chris actually let law enforcement talk to Katie by themselves without him present? You know, like, did she answer every question? Or did she only answer certain questions and then stop? We don't know. And even if Chris said right now, if Chris came in and joined my panel and told us all right now exactly what happened, I wouldn't believe him because he's lied. He's a lying liar. And so now I don't believe anything he says. So there's that. That good old boy thing has come up a few different times, right? And a lot of people don't think that Sebastian came home. Now, I think he came home. I think he did. But I think he left the house in the vehicle that was in the garage. That's why he's not seen on camera leaving. You think he's at a school? Oh. But I don't know, though, because that puts those people at risk of getting in trouble legally. The people at the school, you know? So I don't know about that theory. I mean, anything's possible, right? If they question you at your home, they're not required to read the Miranda rights. Oh, I don't think I've ever heard that. And Katie could have lawyered up immediately. Do you know that for sure, his eyes? Like, did they say that somewhere? because I don't think I've heard that, but. And Scranton, look, you can't talk in another language, okay? I can barely speak English. Phallus in uno, phallus in ambus. Omnibus. See, stop! What's that mean in English? Uno means one. Yeah, I agree, Miss Cheese. I agree. I don't think that the school would do that because that would really get them in trouble. And if they're already doing nefarious things in those schools, I don't think they want any magnifying glass held over them, right? I don't know, though. I mean, anything's possible. It's scary. It's really scary. Well, the dogs didn't have a dog scent of Sebastian leaving the house. But you're going to learn more. I talk about the dogs in the end of this video. So I'm going to keep playing because that part is so important, especially when like I get to the water card. It makes a whole lot more sense. There's two possibilities that the card could mean, and I think it means both, not just one. So, yeah, but that wouldn't be true though, Claudia. And then they would still get in trouble for it, whether they were doing it like it wouldn't matter what the reason was. They would still get in trouble. It's Latin. Okay, we'll see. I stick to English, please. Okay. I took German and Spanish in school, and I failed both of them. If you lie about one thing, we can assume you lie about everything. Perfect. See, there you go. I can read that in English perfectly fine. Right. Seth had custody of Sebastian also. He didn't have primary custody or physical custody or whatever, but he had custody of Sebastian also. So, and you heard somewhere that she got a lawyer and took the fifth. I've heard that too, but that's all been rumors, his eyes. So I don't know for a fact if it's true, but it makes sense, right? It definitely would make sense. So I don't know. I wish that we knew the facts and not the rumors and speculation and lies being told by a specific person. I'm biting my tongue in case you can't see me. Okay, so I know you can't because my camera's off. All right, here we go. February 25th, 2024. And Sebastian tells me that something serious occurred. My theory, my reading tells me that something serious occurred between Katie and Sebastian on Sunday, February 25th, 2024. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Seth Rogers. He had legal and physical custody, and Katie had custodial custody. Thank you for clarifying that, and good to see you, sir. If I were you, this video that I made would piss me off. So I don't know if you've been watching or if you want to watch, but what I came up with here is it pissed me off, and I'm not you. So yeah, watch with caution, I guess, because I don't want you to be pissed off even more. And I think that a lot of what I shared, you may already know, probably. So I just want you to look out for you. I know you do, but I also know you are very determined to find Sebastian. So, but it's good to see you, and I hope that you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend, as best as can be had right now. And right, I agree. I don't think that he would be hidden in any facility at all. I really don't. I mean, is it something that's happened in the past? Like, have you heard of any other cases where it has happened? Because that would be something that would be interesting to look into. But I don't think that I have heard of anything like that happening. Usually it's the parents are willing to put the child there. I don't know. Now my brain is spinning, but I'm still looking for this last clip in my shorts where Chris said that law enforcement said that it would be a case that would be studied for years to come. And as soon as I find it, I'll interrupt myself again and we'll play it. Okay, back to it then. I believe that Katie may regret what happened and may have chosen loyalty to Chris over fully protecting or speaking for Sebastian. I believe that Chris then built a network of creators by offering them the private access, the family contact, the exclusive information, attention, clout, all the things. That access encouraged creators to defend Chris and Katie, to repeat certain narratives, redirect suspicion, influence the public perception, and attack anybody who didn't agree with them, didn't follow that narrative. I believe that Chris's motivation was to protect Katie, protect himself, protect anybody else in his family that might have helped Katie, possibly, maybe. Preserve their freedom and maintain control of the case narrative. Greed and ego motivated the people participating in that system. Travel may describe both the movement of information through social media and possible physical movement connected to the case. I can't rule that out yet. I believe that the water represents either a still unknown physical connection, which after, let me pause for 1 second, okay? Let's follow this squirrel for just a second. In that live stream that I shared of Justin's, he was reviewing something that Nerdy Addict had shared a while back. When Nerdy Addict went to Tennessee, Chris Proudfoot reached out to him and they had private messages. And Nerdy read through those private messages and shared all of that information that Chris had told him. I think that this is very important. And I think that it goes very well with the part of the water card that may not be symbolic, where there's a physical connection. Okay, so keep that in mind as you listen to this.
Okay, here we go.
So I wanted to break this down how I met Chris Proudfoot, how that interaction went, and how we ended up here. Barbecue Lady put me in touch. I had put out on X, formerly Twitter, that I had run out of flyers, and apparently Sebastian's stepfather had some ready to go. So I agreed to meet him and expected it just to be an exchange of flyers. And
we
ended up talking
You're
for
going to
about
flip.
an hour outside, and then it started raining, and we went inside his truck and started talking.
Very important because of certain things I know as well.
He asked me not to broach in the truck. And then in text, fast forward to the past couple of days, I've been trying to coordinate a live stream with Stephen Crabtree and Sebastian's stepfather. Last night, put it out on Twitter that I was sort of waiting. I'm a perfectionist, if you will. If I schedule someone to come on, I will schedule it the night before and then confirm a couple hours in advance. And an hour went by, and then it was getting close to the live stream. And I started feeling disrespected. I put it out on X that I was sitting there waiting for confirmation, didn't get nothing. And then finally.
Okay. Then there's certain.
Okay, wait, I'm going to pause right here because I just came across this short. And while Seth is here, I want to ask him if this, since we were talking about the polys and Chris not being honest about them, Seth, can you tell us, did you ever take a polygraph for law enforcement? And we'll say prior to May 18th, 2024. I hope you're still here. And, oh, Claudia, okay, I see. I'm sorry. I see. It was burned in. Well, that's convenient, right? Oh, that's awful, Claudia. And I wanted to go back up here and see where the school and court kept the other parent away from the children because a parent had money. Okay, so but that was so it went to a courtroom and so the other parent was aware of it though, right? So it wasn't a secret done behind one parent's back. That I have seen that happen a few different times, too many times. I'm sorry that you went through that because it's bullshit. I've seen it happen personally with people in my real life too, and it's definitely not right. So Seth may have already left us. He may have taken my warning and said, I'm out of here. Well, I found this clip. This is the one where Chris says, hold on here. Okay, let me share this tab instead. And so this is where he said that they were all in different locations, that nobody was together when they took polygraphs. Now, according to, I have to go get my grandbaby. According to Justin, he said Seth did not take a polygraph through law enforcement, that his polygraph that he took was with Nancy Grace, not with law enforcement. So we all know about the one with Nancy Grace, the two with Nancy Grace, but if he never took one with law enforcement, why is Chris saying that he did? And I do apologize that this video is sped up, so I may let it play twice while I run in here and grab her real quick.
I figured.
We weren't even together. We weren't even together when she took her polygraph.
See,
and I wasn't together with either one of them when I took my polygraph, and nor was Seth. Seth was completely away from everyone when he did his polygraph.
I figured.
We weren't even together. We weren't even together when she took her polygraph.
See,
and I wasn't together with either one of them when I took my polygraph, and nor was Seth. Seth was completely away from everyone when he did his polygraph.
So see, he's saying that they all took polygraphs through law enforcement. And so, you know, I made this short because I was like, I think somebody had said that Seth had not taken a polygraph. And I think that that was when they were trying to say, well, look, he's lying. He didn't take a polygraph. And I was like, well, look, Chris said he did take a polygraph test with law enforcement. So it was May 18th, 2024, when Chris had said all of that. So if Seth never took a law enforcement lie detector test, then this is a lie. Just so frustrating. Hi, brokenhearted. Oh, so what I think happened, I just shared a little bit in this video that I'm playing, and the short synopsis of what I think happened. I think that Sebastian pushed and Katie had a very short temper. I think that Sunday Sebastian was exhausted, and sorry, I had to mute for a second. I think he was exhausted, overstimulated from the busy day that they had had, and I think that he was pushing like he did, and maybe even a little bit harder. And I think that there was an incident that happened that went too far, and an accident happened from that incident. And then there was a 3-hour phone call, and what do? And well, this is what you need to do. Here's how we're going to handle it. So that's my assumption based on everything that I've seen, heard, and felt. And yeah. And I think that the only way out of the house without being caught on any of the cameras is inside of the car that was parked inside of the garage. So I remember Seth saying he begged law enforcement to take one, but his alibi was solid. So, okay. So that makes sense, right? That makes total sense. Total sense. So why did Chris lie? And what was the date? What was the month that Seth took his poly on Nancy Grace? Does anybody know right off the top of their head? I can look it up I have that website, and there's a good website where they have the timelines of a lot of the cases that are like nationally known, and Sebastian's is on there. They break it down. That's an amazing website. I'll have to pull that up and see if it's on there. But I'm finding this clip first, and Cheesy added another one where Chris said the best part. So I'm going to try to find that one too. I don't know if I have that one clipped, but I might. So I'm going to keep my eye open for that one too. You think it was planned? Yeah. We'll put a poll in the chat. I don't think it was planned. I think it was an accident, but let's see. We'll put a poll in the chat here. I'm going to keep playing, and I'm going to create a poll. So watch out for the poll. Okay?
Certain things that Chris did not want Nerdy to talk about.
I had enough and said, I'm tired of being disrespected, and I'm going to disclose the 3 things that they didn't want disclosed. I was already struggling with it because people in the mafia know that we crowdsource.
Now, if he doesn't want it disclosed, the question is why? Why? You could say, different reasons why he wouldn't want it disclosed. But I'll let you.
This information is all about Sebastian. It's about no one else. I don't give a shit. I'm never going to interact with these people in the future. And I don't mean to be crude, but that's where we've landed. We've worked a lot of cases, and working with caregivers is really problematic. The 3 subjects that he didn't want broached were the dogs, Sebastian's behavioral health, and an incident with police. And we're not going to really talk about Sebastian's behavioral health. We know that he's autistic. We know that there are behavioral issues with autistic children, teens, adults. They behave differently. And this stream is not to go over that. We will talk about vaguely because I think it does connect how some of those behavioral health issues tied into people he knew, meaning connections from school to the neighbors. I don't know where you guys want to start on that too. I pointed out, but when Katie got there, law enforcement surprised her and said, "Look, we're gonna take you for a ride." Right? She had no idea what was happening. They put her in the car. They took her to the station.
Listen to this.
Search dogs. So first, dogs were used to pick up the scent of Sebastian.
Okay, this is very important because this is something that hardly anyone talks about since this has been revealed. And like I've always said, I know some things in this case that I can't say, but I knew when Nerdy released this that he is telling the truth.
Stop on the aerial footage so we can see it from the air. And here's how it was described to me. Search dogs. So first, dogs were used to pick up the scent of Sebastian, meaning we all know that they look in clothes, socks, right? To pick up the scent. The scent, he said, led across the street to the neighbor's house, and specifically to the playscape today. I guess they had a playground or like little playscape swings that slide. I don't know. But the sniff dogs went to that area first. The canines went to that area first. If I remember correctly, he said this was in between the house of Bobby and their teens and in between 3 Muslim women who lived in the house next to them.
This right here, the sin of Sebastian, and the dogs go through close to Bobby's and 3 Muslim women. Don't know why their religion has to come into it. But anyway, and then they go to like this old building and then this creek. And then it goes to Old Hickory Dam. Do you know how far Old Hickory Dam is from there? Does anyone in chat know? If I recall, it's like 8 miles.
Cadaver dogs led showed it, and I don't know where, but it's somewhere between the creek and Old Hickory Dam, which is why I showed it. It switches off to cadaver dogs. Cadaver dogs led to the dam.
Bingo. Bingo.
And that right there is why I feel like the water card may not be fully symbolic. Let's go back one more time.
But it's somewhere between the creek and Old Hickory Dam, which is why I showed it. It switches off to cadaver dogs. Cadaver dogs led to the dam.
Bingo.
It switches off to cadaver dogs. Cadaver dogs led to the dam.
Bingo. Bingo. Cadaver dogs led to the dam.
Cadaver dogs led to the dam. Water. We do know that the scent of Sebastian was never really followed.
Widener says bloodhounds and cadaver dogs were used, but contrary to some reports,
none of them, my understanding, were actually on a trail that was following Sebastian. None of them, my understanding, were actually on a trail that was following Sebastian.
And now let's do a little reminder of what it sounds like when Chris is having a phone call behind the scenes, and this Seth's private investigator, and they're talking about the search dogs.
And by the way, I sent a message to Seth. Once again, he wants to talk about not responding or whatever. I got in touch with Tony. We talked to Tony. That probably ain't happening. Got in touch with the dog handler. Guess what? That ain't happening either. And that ain't even on my decision.
Yeah.
Because Seth doesn't know how to open his fat fucking mouth and give everybody the truth. Or what he does know, he didn't want to tell nobody, thinking that everybody's going to be sure sympathetic to his bullshit. When I told her exactly how many dogs, where they all went, what they've all done, she's like, there's nothing I can really do or offer at this point other than to assist in a search if needed.
Yeah. Oh, so you did actually talk to her?
Oh, yeah. Talked to her for over an hour and I think a half.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Last night.
That's good.
So once again, your client
Mm-hmm.
was the nicest way to refer this fuck.
I haven't even talked to Seth since last night. He told me to take a break a couple days ago. He told me to take a break. So.
Yeah, how convenient.
Do you hear the hostility in his voice about Seth? And I uploaded this video on May 13th, 2024. I don't know that I have the exact date of the phone call. I do not. But okay, I found another short. Woo woo. Good night, Claudia. Sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And I hope that you will be back next time we do a live stream. Thank you so much. And Show Poodles, if you close the chat and then open it back up, the poll should pop back up. That's the best way to do it. And I think my time on my, why does it say that? So the time on my computer says it's 11:57 p.m. because it's, midnight here in Indiana, but it says that I posted the poll at 8:30 p.m. Why does it say that? That's weird. Or maybe that's when I set I don't know. All these new details that are showing up around here. I haven't been live in so long. Anyway, I found the short. So let me play this, share this tab instead.
Oh, hi. Thanks for checking.
Here we go.
Currently, as of today, the National Guard was also brought in to help with the search. But they have had fixed-wing aircraft, helicopters, horseback, ATV, side-by-side, door-to-door, scouring every neighborhood possible. The outreach from the community and various counties has been extremely welcoming, loved. We've been told this is probably one of the largest searches that they've conducted with so much input that it's a case to be studied for sure. We've been told this is probably one of the largest searches that they've conducted with so much input that it's a case to be studied for sure.
Okay, so that's how it was worded. So it makes it sound like when he says, we've been told, it makes it sound like it's coming from law enforcement, right? Or was that his own play on words from what law enforcement has said that they've done or what they have done? I guess hearing it again, it kind of puts it into a different perspective, What do you guys think now? And brokenhearted, I would like to know that too. And Katie definitely got something from the person at Roadhouse. Definitely. What was it and why? Very interesting. Right. It does sound like he's saying law enforcement said it, but now that we know that he's a lying liar, it's coming out of his mouth. So can we believe it? Or, it's rough. It's rough. So the last clip I'm looking for is where he said the best part. when he was talking about Sebastian vanishing. And the best part is there's no evidence, something along those lines, right? So that's what I am looking for now. Let me go back here. And I was hoping I could find it real quick while I was still on intermission. Is it this one? Nope, that's where I lied about the polygraphs. Dang it. Okay, I'm going to keep looking. And when I find it, we'll go on intermission again. Okay. Is everybody doing okay in the chat? Any bathroom breaks? Do we need to pause for any bathroom breaks, or do we need to celebrate any birthdays or anything like that? We can call this. We can't call it the halftime show because it's over halftime, but you know what I mean, right? He left no evidence behind. Exactly. Yes. And he does say yes. Well, just like when, oh my goodness, I just watched this short on my channel because I clipped it. So it was when, let me see if it's still in my shorts here. If it's in my shorts, listen to me. Let me see if it's this one. Yes, it's this one. Okay, we're going to play this first. Hold on here. I don't know how to rewind. Okay, oh, this vidIQ thing keeps popping up. Share this tab instead. And Gigi, you like hearing about my shorts? Because I keep talking about them. I have a lot of clips in my shorts, like for real though. Like I have a whole Sebastian playlist that I linked in the description box, so you can go through and see them there. But so in my shorts section on my channel, let me specify here, okay? I have my morning music that I upload too. So I have a shit ton of morning musics where I go back and clip songs from like the 80s and 90s and good songs, when good music used to be made. And I record it on my radio on my truck, and then I upload those shorts. And but there's a lot of good shorts in my shorts where I've clipped certain things that have been said. Obviously, I mean, look at how many we've gotten here so far. So they're just buried in there. Okay, so we're gonna scroll down here and then scroll. Oh my goodness, stop it.
All of the shoes he has are accounted for.
Did y'all catch Mom?
It broke up a little bit for me. Did you hear?
Okay, she said that she would not divulge how many pairs of shoes he has, but law enforcement has accounted for every pair of shoes.
I have accounted for all of the shoes.
Okay. That girl says, can you ask what Sebastian's normal school night routine is? Like some kids like to have their shower or a favorite blanket, their favorite pajamas, please and thanks.
Oh, this is important too.
Sebastian comes home, gets off the school bus, comes in the house, does his chores, completes his homework, eats dinner. That time kind of varies. I don't have a set time on that. Bedtime, we normally have it right around 8:30, 9 o'clock. Sebastian gets a shower most of the time before he goes to bed, around 7 o'clock-ish.
Mm-hmm.
All of the shoes he has are accounted for.
Okay, so there were two little tidbits in that one. So he changed what Katie said to law enforcement accounted for, but that's not what Katie said. And Katie didn't like that he changed what she said. She said that she had accounted for all of his shoes. So why would he say law enforcement has? Like law enforcement knew what shoes he had? That's just one little example there of how he flips words to fit the narrative that he's going for. Then he runs through the timeline of a normal day after Sebastian gets home from school. He normally is in the shower by 7, but why didn't he take a shower on February 25th, 2024? After a whole day of going everywhere, being at the bowling alley, She didn't have him shower that night? Why not? That's weird. And Gigi, there's room in my shorts for a lot of junk because there isn't anything in the trunk of my shorts, okay? I'm flat as a board. I have no bootay. Oh, goodness. What do you mean, how Sunday night? So Sunday night was the 25th. Monday was the 26th. Monday morning, she said she went to get him up for school and he wasn't there. So, Sunday was when they went to the bowling alley and went to Roadhouse and, went to, what was it? There was one other place they went to that day. I always get Saturday and Sunday confused sometimes, and it's been so long since I've looked at the timeline. But after Roadhouse, they came home, and it was around 7-ish, so why wouldn't he have showered? Right. Very weird, right? Very weird. Yep. Okay, I'm going to keep playing here, and I'm going to keep searching for this last one. And we're almost done. We have less than 20 minutes left of this video. And see, this is why I said I wanted to get to this part, because I didn't know about the cadaver dogs either. Miss Cheese, I saw you say something that you missed about the cadaver dogs part. I didn't hear that either. And I know when Nerdy came out with this video, I watched it, and it was a while ago. And so when Justin was talking about Nerdy saying that there were cadaver dogs only follow the scent of a deceased body. And the dogs that followed any type of trail from the house were not following Sebastian's scent. They were following the I can't ever say that word right, but it's, the one that sounds like familiar, but it's a little bit different. But basically that's what it is. It's like the house scent. That's what my understanding is, that they followed the house scent or from something that was related to the house. But Old Hickory Dam is 7 miles away from the house. And that's where the cadaver dogs led to. That's very interesting. Very interesting. And this video that I'm playing here, I'm getting ready to, I paused it because I don't remember the phone call that Heather, this is Heather here, that she had the phone call with Chris, but I had shared it May 13th, 2024, so I know it was before that. And they had I don't remember what the date of the call was though, but that's what I'm doing right now. So I'm not going to rewind it. I'm just going to let it play. And let me get back over here and very odd. Yeah, I didn't know about that either. Ground disturbance? What do you mean? Were there dogs looking for ground disturbance? Is that what you're saying, Scranton? I'm not for sure. Hey, Tammy. Hey, 22 months. What? Oh my goodness. I saw that you were live when I was scrolling through looking for these videos that I'm looking for right now. I saw that you were live and I was like, oh no. So I'm going to go back and watch it. I didn't know that you were live today. I'm going to watch it though. How you doing? I saw you were doing the Watts Island stuff. Woo. I like watching you cover the Watts though. I'm not so much of a Watts Island fan. I'll swim to the island, but I don't usually stay on the island. So I watch from the water. They gave the dog something from the house to track that scent. That's what I thought. Okay. And so basically that's what I was saying, right? It's like a familiar scent from the home, right? And so if someone walks from the front door to the retention pond, they will leave their scent and stir up the smells along the way. Gotcha. Yeah. And that's basically what they were saying, that the dogs followed a scent from the house to the retention pond and then up by Bobby's house. And I don't know what the 3 Muslim women, like, why? Okay, whatever. I've never heard that said before. I've never heard about anybody's religion at all before. So that was weird for me. But I did know about the dogs going to the pond. And then I had heard something about the dogs possibly going towards the construction site, but it was not on Sebastian's scent. It was following the scent from the home. So, okay, let's see. I know I saw you were live and I was like, oh no, not at the same time. I know, right? Oh no. It's okay though. We'll work it out. We'll watch the replays and we'll be good to go. You guys, if you aren't subscribed to Tammy's channel, you got to be, hold on, let me get back over here. You got to be subscribed to her channel. She's almost to 1K. She's so close. I just shared it on my channel. Let me see here. Here we go. You got to go subscribe. I'm going to drop her link in the chat. And let's see, where is she? 978. 978. We have 41 in chat right now. There's got to be 28 of you here that are not subscribed yet. Let's get her to 1K. Can we do it? Let me drop it. And this is her paranormal channel. So she has 2 channels. She has true crime and paranormal. And this is the paranormal. So, and let me put that in here. 2 channel and the link. And then I'm going to hit enter. There we go. Okay. Whoop, whoop. Brokenhearted. That's what I think happened. Honestly, that's what I think happened. I think that whoever sent that, or whoever created that scent that the dogs did follow, I think that they did go to that water for a specific reason. And again, how crazy is it that card number 13 was water? Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Right? True crime and paranormal are 2 of my favorite topics too. I always, when I started this channel, I thought this will be easy. Like this will be fun, and the paranormal and the true crime, and but now I've realized that there are certain people that really like true crime, but they like the facts of true crime, which is what I do too. But then they don't like the paranormal to be intertwined with the facts of true crime, which I don't either. So I make sure that I separate them. But a lot of people are like scared because, I'm Spirit Seeker Squad too. And so I think that kind of scares them away. But you know what? Once you come over and hang out for a little bit, then you realize that it's not your initial impression, I guess, initial uneducated perception maybe, because then once you start seeing things and become more educated about what we do here, you understand it a little bit better, and then you're like, oh, I really like this shit. Okay, now I'm vibing right here. Okay. Miss Cheese, that's true too. As a detour. That's very possible. Cryptoids and Bigfoot. Yes, I know. I watched that one where you guys were talking about the Bigfoot stuff. I'm not so much into that, but I watch it. I like to watch Tammy, so I watched it. And hi, Megan. How are you? Good to see you. Water was always in my thoughts on this case too. But I don't think that I've ever felt I don't think I've ever felt that Sebastian was like put in water. But after hearing about the dam and the cadaver dogs, I guess maybe I've never thought about a dam style body of water. Does that make sense? makes me want to go back and reevaluate everything that I've done so far and try to feel a little bit more, because there was the only location that I've ever got. There was one location that I got during a reading. It's the only one that I've ever gotten. And Tammy, I'm pretty sure I showed you it. I haven't marked on a map. I'll have to go back and look, but it's by water. I wonder how close it is to the dam. Oh, hot damn, I need to look that up. Oh my gosh. Did you see that bright light bulb that just went off in my head again? Holy shit. I need to go look that up. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that. I need to write that down so I don't forget about it, because I definitely will. Okay, look up location and dam. All right, and I'm still looking for the best part. Okay, holy moly. All right, I'm gonna hit play. We're almost done with it, guys. We're almost done. 4 hours and 16 minutes into this live stream, and it's a 2-hour video that we're watching. But we've shared a lot of information, right? We've watched a lot of clips and stuff. Yes, Tammy, that's right. I remember that because I remember you saying that. And then we were looking at the bank of the area where I was drawn to, because we were trying to see if it was the same style of bank that you had seen, like the side of the cliff thing. I remember that. Yes. I always wondered if they found CP and sea bags from the Navy. What are sea bags? What are sea bags? It has been good to go back over this, right? It took you 3 hours to do a 38-minute video, so I don't feel so bad then, Tammy. I don't feel so bad. I need to go take my ibuprofen. My face is really swelling. I need to get the swelling down just a little bit. Yeah, me too, right? We both had felt it for a while. So yeah, that was a long time ago when we had looked over that. Oh, like body bags? Like large waterproof duffel bags. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, on the poll, I just looked at it and I just figured out how to open it. And we have 20 votes, and 80% of you say that what happened to Sebastian was planned, and 20% of you say that it was unplanned. And nobody said nothing happened in the home, and nobody said other. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, I'm not going to end it just yet. I'm going to keep it up there. But, and I figured out what the 8:30 thing was. That was when I pinned the link to Sebastian's flyer in the chat. That was at 8:30. Okay. It would seal in scents. Oh. Oh, okay. What is it doing? Stop. And hi, Joan. Good to see you. It's used for packing military clothing and gear. Oh, so like if the boat like tipped or something, then it would keep their possessions dry and safe. Does it float too, though? It's huge and has straps on it. Well, that's a good thing, Tammy. That's a good thing. I wonder if it floats. Huh. Interesting. Yes, it does float. I've seen water bags like that. Like, we have a lake cottage, and my brother got a water bag, And that's it. Like, we all have our own pier bags that we take so we don't have to keep walking back and forth to the cottage for things. And it also keeps like our phones and stuff safe from falling off the pier. If they're in the bag sitting on the bench, then they're more likely to stay dry. But if you just set it down somewhere, it's going to get wet or fall in or whatever. So, but he got this water bag, and it's really cool. It's the same idea. I think it's in it a dry bag. Isn't that what Brian Laundrie had? Not sure about floating. See, I wonder if they're the same. I think it would be more high tech than just a dry bag, though, right? I would think. He flew with it. So it must be pretty durable then, too, huh? Mine with all the clothing in it was over 100 pounds. Damn, Joan. So it's a huge bag. Holy moly. And they weighted it down. I mean, that's been done before. See that? It's really big. That's why she said it looked like a body bag. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to hit play, and I'm going to keep looking for this video, and I'm going to see if I can find that location too. Maybe I'll share it at the end of the reading here. We're almost done. So Tammy, since you came in a little bit late, Nonsense went live sometime within the last couple days, and she shared information about Chris Proudfoot talking to creators behind the scenes. She was basically trying to clear herself from a rumor, I guess, about something that had to do with Chris. And so she went through and read text messages between her and Granny's Watching. It was full of drama, but I didn't care about the drama. I wanted to hear about Chris talking to these creators behind the scenes, because there's been a couple of these creators who have focused on us when we questioned Katie. And that's where I want to be focused, is on him, not the drama. So, hi, DJ. You may be new to my chat, but I think I know you. I think I've seen you around in a few chats. And me too, Miss Cheese. Me too. I so bad want to know what Chris told each one of those creators. I want to know the narrative that he pushed. So while I was listening to Nonsense share these text messages, she was just going through and reading information that was important to what she was trying to prove. And she didn't read every word, but as I was listening, I was 2 hours and 25 minutes and 15 seconds into her live stream when I was like, I need to grab my cards. And this is what came out. So the list of cards, I'll run through and tell you. These are my true crime cards, and there were 13. And I just pull until I'm done. I didn't count them. I just pulled them. There were 13 total, which 13, you can think what you want about 13. But the very first card was Devil, and I saw it 3 times before I actually was like, okay, we're doing a reading now. Because I was just shuffling the cards and I kept seeing the Devil card. So the third time I was like, okay, I got you. We're starting the reading. So it was Devil, Organized Crime, Gift, Family, Caregiver, Celebrity, Regret, Dismemberment, Spouse, Imprisonment, Travel, Egotism, and Water. Tell me that that's not. And the way that they're like in that order, Megan, it's not, it doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean what you automatically think it means, if that makes sense. I went into a lot of detail and explained it in this video that I'm playing right now. So if you want to rewind to the beginning of the live or rewatch the live, I'm breaking down each card and what I think it means to the situation of Chris talking to these creators behind the scenes and the narrative that is being given to those creators. And then those creators are sharing that information publicly. So, if that makes sense. So, I think it has to do with like the negativity, the evilness, the demonicness that is involved in what I kind of see as the plan. A celebrity could be referring to Dog the Bounty Hunter. It could be Tammy, but the way I see it is Chris wanted to feel like the celebrity. He wanted the attention. He wanted the clout. He wanted the power, the control, all of that. So, and after I do the live stream, I'm going to upload the video by itself. So if you don't want to watch the live stream where I break it down, I pause and play different clips in between. Each time I do a pause, I'm sharing more information. So if you don't want to watch all of that, you can watch just the video by itself. So it's up to you how you want to do it. But my grandbaby is needing me, so I'm going to hit play. Uploaded it in May.
I told my mom I'd at least see her tomorrow because she knows I'm going to be gone for the next probably week or so down there in Tennessee. So then she's like, you go find that boy after that with your dogs. I'm like, yes, ma'am, we'll do that. So
I gathered now, this is just me assuming, so we know that how that goes. I may be way off, but I feel like it had something to do with this conversation with Bobby Simmons because Bobby has started communicating with him again instead of going through me. That line of communication's opened back up. And
Bobby Simmons is law enforcement.
I don't know.
We'll see for how long.
Yeah.
We will see. I promise you, if Bobby told Seth anything of what he's told us, Seth opens his fucking mouth. I promise you, it won't ever open again. I promise you, it won't ever open again.
Yeah, we all took that as a threat when we heard it the first time. It still sounds like a threat hearing it now.
Well, I'm just as much in the dark right now about what's going on as anybody else. Like, I'm not getting updates. I have no idea.
You're supposed to love your children more than you hate each other.
So, and that's what anybody who's reached out to me, I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, do you get in touch with Chloe?
What's that?
I said, when you get in touch with Chloe, I suggest you tell that bitch to lose my fucking number.
He's so friendly, huh? Such a friendly guy. Now you understand, I guess, a little bit more about why I feel like the water card could mean more than just water sinking to its own level or seeking its own level. As I said, I believe that something serious occurred between Katie and Sebastian on Sunday, February 25th, 2024, when Sebastian was 15 years old. I believe that Katie regrets what happened and regrets the decisions that she made after. I believe that she chose loyalty to Chris over fully keeping Sebastian safe and telling the complete truth. I believe that Chris created a loose but organized situation around Sebastian's case. Not a formal criminal organization, let's be clear, but I do believe that it was an organized system of creators, personal relationships, public narratives, specific information, personal access. I believe that Chris offered creators gifts, as the card said, in the form of one-on-one communication with him, exclusive information from him, special appearances by him, and that access made these creators benefit, which also I feel like made them feel like they should be loyal to Chris. I feel like they were reluctant to challenge him, to question him, and it could influence which theories they promoted and which questions they disregarded. I believe that it helped with making people look at Seth and less at Katie, portraying Sebastian as difficult or even responsible for conflict inside of their home. I believe that it stopped people from asking questions about Katie. Anybody who has questioned Katie has been attacked or called a grifter or said that they're spreading misinformation or disinformation. And that's not right. It's not fair and it's not right. And when I say it's not fair, I mean it's not fair to Sebastian's case. It's not fair to Sebastian. And it's not fair to all of the people who have been fooled or detoured from following the facts. I believe that there was information that was spread, starting with Chris, but Chris wasn't named as the original source. The information could travel through creator after creator until the original source was forgotten. I believe the purpose of that system was to protect Chris and Katie. Katie, who is Chris's spouse and was Sebastian's primary caregiver. The celebrity card suggests that the public image became central. Chris may have enjoyed that attention, but I feel like he also needed it. Public visibility allowed him to present his own version of himself. How many times did we hear him say, "I'm respectful, but brash"? And private creator relationships provided additional voices that were able of continuing the narrative that Chris wanted out there. The regret card suggests that someone wishes they made different choices. And I believe that someone is Katie. The dismemberment card suggests that the truth, the family, the timeline, and or evidence became fragmented, separated, pieced out. The spouse card puts the marriage front and center. The imprisonment card suggests that avoiding consequences is most likely a powerful motive. Then we have travel, which suggests both the movement of information, but also possibly the physical movement of evidence related to the case. The egotism, I think we've summed that up already. That's all, Chris. That's all you, boo. Sorry, but you're an arrogant asshole, okay? You're not brash. You're an arrogant asshole. And then we have the water card. Could be a physical connection, especially after hearing about old Hickory Dam and the cadaver dogs. Now, that I didn't elaborate more when we talked about that when I played that clip earlier, but cadaver dog. So he started out with scent dogs, and I believe that they were, I can't say it right, familiar scents. So they're like, smell the home and then follow that scent. So it wasn't smell Sebastian and follow his scent. It was more of smell the home and follow that scent. And that allegedly, according to Chris, led the dogs up by Bobby's house. But then the cadaver dogs, which cadaver means a deceased body. That's what those dogs are trained specifically to find. Deceased bodies. The cadaver dog found a trail that allegedly led to Old Hickory Dam. Now, this information is from Nerdy Addict, and he said that that information came from Chris. And I have no reason to question Nerdy. So if cadaver dogs were up there following a scent to a dam 7 to 8 miles away from the Proudfoot's home, what the hell is law enforcement doing? Like, seriously, what are they doing? It's been 2.5 years. Sebastian's about to turn 18. What have they been doing for Sebastian? Why don't we have answers yet? Why hasn't Sebastian been found yet? And if he was put in that dam 2.5 years ago, he's never going to be physically found. Oh, it makes me so mad. So greed explains why other people may have participated and why Chris kept going. So obviously greed isn't just about money. It can be, but greed is the need or want for something else. So if Chris is wanting other people to spread his narrative, then this organized demonic situation that he created by talking to these creators behind the scenes, it worked out perfectly for him. Now, maybe we'll know more later. Maybe more of these creators will speak out. Maybe more of them will share the conversations that they had with Chris. Not secondhand information from somebody who talked to Chris and then talked to nonsense. It'll be information directly from the person who spoke to Chris. And that's why we just have to keep listening. They eventually tell on themselves in one way or another. Some people wanted views, some wanted money, some wanted the access, some wanted relevance, the power, the protection, the attention. Some even wanted revenge, and some wanted to feel important. In my reading, the online chaos was not separated from Sebastian's case. The online chaos became one of the tools used to control how Sebastian's case was perceived. Me pulling these cards at 2 hours and 25 minutes and 15 seconds into Nonsense's video is not lost, okay? It is not lost on me. February 25th, Sebastian was 15 years old. Something dark, corrupt, and manipulative surrounds the events connected to Sebastian's disappearance. I believe that with my whole heart. The situation involves more than one person, with different people holding different roles and different pieces of information. Someone offered access, attention, information, protection, and other benefits in exchange for blind loyalty, influence, silence, and participation. The core motivation, I believe, involved protecting a spouse and a caregiver. Public image, creators, media attention, and social influence became part of that strategy. And someone connected to that spouse feels a lot of regret. The family, the truth, the timeline, and possibly evidence have been separated into smaller pieces. The fear of imprisonment is helping people stay aligned and silent. Information traveled through creators while something physical may have also been moved. Most likely. The ego caused someone to believe that they can control every person in every version of the story. And greed motivated the people who accepted the access or benefited from the attention. Water points to one of two things, or maybe both. A physical location, concealment, movement, maybe even cleaning, and the eventual surfacing of the truth. I feel like some of the creators may have knowingly participated and didn't give two shits. They had fun with it. But I also believe that some of these creators were manipulated. I believe that some of them were tempted by the attention and access that they got, but some might have not understood the larger purpose that they were serving. Maybe not immediately, but the result was the same. The public conversation became divided. The truth became fragmented. The creator drama overwhelmed the entire case on social media. Sebastian was put last. Sebastian was lost. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is still missing. A missing child should never become currency. That's the part that I find spiritually and morally evil, demonic. His name should never become leverage. His life should have never become a tool for clout, money, retaliation, revenge, or image management. Whatever happened to Sebastian, the truth is still out there. The truth still exists. Someone knows more. Someone possesses that missing piece. Someone saved a message. Someone noticed a contradiction. And someone may eventually become tired of carrying another person's secret. Water seeks its own level. Truth seeks its own level too. You can block it, divert it, bury it. You can surround it with creators and lawsuits and accusations and distractions, but eventually the pressure becomes too strong and eventually something breaks. The truth will always come to light. What's done in the dark will always come to light. And when it does, I believe that the entire structure surrounding Sebastian's case may finally begin to collapse. This reading does not prove if someone harmed Sebastian, who harmed Sebastian, and it doesn't prove where Sebastian is. It doesn't prove that every allegation shared privately or publicly is true. It does reveal what I believe may be the structure surrounding the case on YouTube and in real life. Manipulation, access, influence, family protection, regret, divided truth, partnership, fear of imprisonment, movement, ego, greed, and water. The next questions that I would like to ask separately are, what does water specifically represent in this reading? Who carries that regret in energy? What traveled and where did it travel? And separating those questions may provide clearer answers. This is my opinion. This is my intuition. This is my reading. Everything discussed involving specific individuals is alleged unless established through verified evidence. But I will continue asking questions. I will continue comparing the messages. I will continue pulling my cards. And most importantly, I will continue saying Sebastian's name. Sebastian deserves answers. Sebastian deserves the truth. And Sebastian deserves justice. Well, that's... Woo! I didn't realize how heated I got there at the end. Okay. We made it. Oh, goodness. Sorry, I was not ignoring chat. I promise. I saw Eve came in. Hi, Eve. How you doing, girl? And thank you so much for the floating heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I saw there was somebody else that had also... Tammy did the finger heart. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And okay, so DJ, I saw that you found something on a Vegas news station. I'm assuming that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian's case, though, right? And I don't know why my chat just jumped all the way back up to the body bag comment. Scrolling down, and Tammy, That's funny that you say that about the squirrels because I have a new video and I want to share it. Intentional chaos goblins. Miss Cheese, that is perfect. Chef's kiss. And I don't know why my screen looks so small right now. Now, okay, so I didn't find the best part clip. I haven't found that yet. And but I did find the location pictures. They were all together in the album, but then when I pulled the one up by itself to share it with you guys, I don't see the rest of them now. So I'm gonna have to search for that. But I do have one to show you the location, so at least you can see how close it is to the water. Let me go ahead and stop sharing this and show Tammy the new squirrel video. Girl, you know I like making videos and stuff, okay? It might be an earbud warning. I don't know. Was it loud earlier when I played it for those of you who were here earlier? And we're not done yet. We're not done. I'm going to do a little bit more information and then we're going to wrap it up. But we're done with the video, the reading video. That was, like I said, almost 2 hours. And my goodness gracious, it was a lot, right? It was definitely a lot. Let me see. It shows it does. Yeah, you can email me a link, DJ. Let me put my email in chat here. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. I have too many email addresses that I don't have them all memorized. It's this one. And thank you, DJ. DJ sent a hundo and a star. Thank you. And Eve sent 6-7. 6-7. The hundo and the silver star. It looks gold in the chat. Why does it say silver star? That's funny. Okay, we're gonna put that up there. That's beautiful, Gigi. That's so cool how it looks like butterflies. I love that. That's true, Tammy. Very true. Yes, you want to see the new video? Thank you, Eve. This is one of my older backgrounds, but I thought it was appropriate today since we were watching the video because it's the movie theater. So see, like I'm sitting down here at the bottom with the crowd, you know, watching the video. And so I thought it would be appropriate. So let me get over here. And this is the one that I used for the video that I just recorded. And then I have this one too. But this one, tell me what you guys think. I'll let it play. I like it up until my son's in there cracking up. I love hearing him laugh. Up until this point, right? Here. I feel like she's looking into my soul. Like the eyes are gorgeous, but I feel like she's looking into my soul and it's a little bit scurry. Okay, here is the new squirrel video. Okay, here we go. Tell me that that's not like perfect, so fitting for what we do because we chase the squirrels. A skelly usually joins in somehow, and then we're exhausted by the end of chasing the squirrel and the skelly around. It's like, oh my goodness, that's so perfect. I love it. Okay. Right? And cute and fitting. Thank you. Thank you, Eve. Hi, Megan Els. How are you? I love that I'm seeing all these names in my chat again. I love it. I love it. Right? 4 hours later. Stop it, Tammy. We're almost at 5 hours now. We're at 4:50:20. Oopsie. Okay, so I'm going to share this location that I found. Oh, I don't know if it has a date on it. I don't know if there's a way for me to tell the date without looking at it on my... Oh, wait, yes, it does. August 2nd, 2024. Thank goodness screenshots save as the date that you screenshot them. So I made this image, which means I had been looking into it for a little while beforehand, but it was August 2nd, 2024. So there it is. Okay, on the image, this is where the Proudfoot's house is, and this is where I was drawn to. And okay, thank you, DJ. I will look at it in just a few here. Thank you. So let me pull this over here where I can see it better and see if we can find the location once again. I have so many screenshots in here. Oh. Nope. Where, oh, where did they go? Oh, come on. It was not this far down. I'm going to have to pull the file up again and look at it that way. Oh, no, wait. Is this it? So I remember back, I made a video about this too. I think I did a live stream. Back when I used the Seer app, and Seer is like, it's an EVP type app that, let me see. Amy's Crypt is a channel here on YouTube, and she does paranormal stuff. Her and her husband do paranormal investigations, and they are amazing. Well, she's the one who came up with GhostTube, and this is also another one of her apps that she's made. And instead of putting out words like some of the spirit apps do, it puts out a picture. And I used it to do a reading for Sebastian, and pictures at the bottom right here, these two are from Seer. This is inside of a room, and this is the outside of a building. And I broke it down. I think I even did a live stream about this. I broke it down, showed these images, and these images are real places. So this is number one, and this is a close-up of the building, and this is a further away view of the building. And this is over by the RV park. The RV park is directly across the street from this building where Chris parked his RV, directly across the street. I may have to go in the other room and grab my grandbaby because she is in there trying to mess with something, I think. It's a good thing we have cameras in our house. So anyway, number two is another building that is also close to that same RV park place. But see, Chris's RV is, I think that it's right there. I think it's that one right there. Okay, well, this building is, you go out of the RV park. So like, let me see if I can zoom in on it. Okay. So Chris's RV is parked basically where that arrow is pointing, pretty much. And the building that I just showed you up in the top corner is right across from the RV. If you leave the RV park and you go follow this green line here that I have drawn on here, the building that's at the bottom of the picture is right here. And I believe it's a new building that was recently built, and Silvers on the scene had gone to this building. These buildings both reminded me of this building that showed up in my seer. So it was very interesting, because I think that this is more of a unique style building. When I first saw it, it reminded me of like an old hospital or an old prison or, something like that. But then when we saw this building that Silvers had shared, and then we saw the building across the street from Chris's RV, it was like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. Those look a little bit different. So anyway, oh my gosh, it's making me go all the way back. See, why does it do this? Okay. Those are all the seer pictures. Oh, here's the original outside of the seer. And this was another seer picture. That was a really interesting live that we did. Very interesting. This was one of the seer pictures. This was one of the seer pictures. This one. That was one of the cabins at the RV park where he parked that Brittany had found after I showed her that picture. And then this is why we were focused in on the alcohol in the background when Chris and Katie did their interview, because this goblet thing in the corner over here, right here, it's hard to see because it pops that arrow up on it. But you see the glasses down here, and then in the center where my arrow is, there's a goblet thing right there. And that matches the image that was on the table in this seer picture. I have to go back through them again. Oh, nope. See, it's going to put them all at the beginning now. Why is it doing that? Okay, here's the location pictures. It's going to mess them all up too. So let me pick one of the best ones. Okay, so I want to go to this one, but then I want to go to this one next. So the red dot is where Chris and Katie's house is. And then the pink circle is where I was focused. That's where my location was focused to. You remember this, Tammy? See? I knew you would as soon as I started doing it. It'd be like, oh yeah, ding, ding, ding. I remember. My 28th birthday just passed on July 8th. Well, happy belated birthday, DJ. Hang on. Okay, sorry. I'm going to have to end soon. I gave her tablet back, but it was on the charger because it died. And she keeps unplugging it and it won't stay charged. So it keeps dying really quick. So she keeps bringing it to me. And I'm like, it has to stay on the charger. Come over here and sit down and just calm down. And she's like, no, I want to bounce off the walls, Mimi. Oh, dear. Okay, so why did it stop sharing the picture? What the heck happened? Hold on, I have to pull it back up. Where did it go? Oh my goodness. And I think I said happy belated birthday. My birthday was June 22nd. I missed it too, so don't feel bad. Sweet dreams, DJ. Thanks for popping in. And I'll look up the link here in just a minute, okay? Let me pull this back up here. I wonder if I just share it. No, because then I won't be able to bring them big. Okay. I got it. We're doing it this way, darn it. We're going right here to the zoomed in picture now. And I don't even remember what this location was. So, Station Camp Creek. I'm going to have to look in the maps and see how close it is to Hickory Dam because that is very interesting to me. Very interesting. Okay, this is where I was drawn to. Now, why? I have no idea. But this this part right here. And this is like, so when I looked at it on the map, it's like there's a gas station or something right here. And then this is like a boat ramp place. But it was this spot right here that I was drawn to. And I screenshot so you could see it. I did a 10-mile radius from the house. So it's within 10 miles, but it's greater than 5 miles. And in one of my readings, I got the 5 to 10 miles radius is the location of where it's possible that Sebastian could be. And that this is as close as I have come to saying where, even mentioning that I think that he may be in some place. So I wonder how close it is. Okay, let me pull up maps and see if I can see how close it is. Let's see. Maps. Let's see. Is this it? No, I don't know why I have that place saved. Okay. Old Hickory, what? Old Hickory Lake. I'm so bad with maps on the computer because I always use it from my phone. So I'm very bad about it. What is that place called? Station Camp Creek. Okay, let me do that. I want to type it in here and then I'm going to share it with you guys, but I want to make sure I have it pulled up correctly before I switch it. I have to blow my candle out. My mom got me candles for my birthday and they're from Goose Creek and they smell so freaking good. This one's maple butter. Okay, Station Camp Creek. That's really weird that kicked the image off of my screen when I walked away. Like, I don't understand why it did that. Okay. Station Camp Creek. Okay, but then this, here it is. Okay, here's the location. So I want this spot right here. Okay, so I have to stop sharing this image. Okay, so you see this image though. You see this is a screenshot from August 2nd, 2024. You can see it right here at the top, right? August 2nd, 2024. So I have to stop sharing that so that I can reshare the tab. Add it to the stage. Okay, so this is it. And this is the location that I screenshot, and it's right here. And it's Station Camp Creek access. And this is a Shell gas station. Now, I don't know what the pinpoint location is, but oh my goodness, Tammy, it does. It sure does. And I can't remember what the other one is on. Blueberry. It's blueberry something. And it's like from a carnival, like a carnival food. Oh my goodness. She got me 8 candles total. And, you know, the majority of them were food, of course, because those are my favorite scents because I'm a fat ass. But they smell so good burning together. Okay. So anyway, I don't know the exact spot of the location, but I just know that I was drawn to this spot right here. And I don't know if it's ever been searched. I know that it's within 10 miles of the house, but it's outside of the 5-mile radius that law enforcement was said to have searched with a fine-tooth comb. And I need to try to narrow it down maybe to a better location, but I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think about the location? Because this is the part over here that we were looking at, Tammy. Do you remember that? We were trying to look at the side of this bank to see if it looked like the vision that you had with the cliff. And there was something else that I wanted to share too before I end this stream, and I don't think I wrote it down. Oh, we need to do... Okay, hold on. Let me pull it down for just a minute because I want to try to do directions, like how far it is from this place to the house. So, I mean, to Old Hickory Dam. So, let me see. How do I do directions? I am so bad at this. Okay, we'll copy this address, and then I want directions. Yeah, candles, I don't think you can really go wrong with candles as long as you get the right collection of scents, you know? Like if she would have gotten me like flowery scents, I wouldn't have been so happy. But because I don't like flowery scents, but some people do. So okay, let's see. Show the sidebar. Maps, tips and tricks. I just want directions. Like, why is that so hard? Save, share, send a phone. Okay, I do want to save it in Sebastian's case file. And then I can't do this. Like, why is it so hard? Where's the directions? Send a phone near. Oh, wait, there we go. Oh, I see it. Okay. And then the starting point is Old Hickory. I'm tired too. I'm tired and I'm frustrated just a little bit. So I think that's adding to it. Okay, here we go. Now I can put it back. There we go. So it's a 15-minute drive? No. Shackle Island. Oh, so it's the, okay, wait. It's the opposite direction of Old Hickory Dam. So Shackle Island, the little bookmark right here, this is the Proudfoot's house, right? So my spot is over here, and it's 9 miles from Old Hickory Dam. Huh. Okay, then. What a me. See, that's why I love, like, you cannot go wrong with a blueberry scented wax. Okay. I used to have wax melts that I would put in my warmer that were blueberry, and you could smell it on my front porch. It was so strong and it smelled so good. Oh my goodness. And your kids were ready to whoop your ass. Oh, I love it. Thank you. Further down and tucked in. Like it, I don't know why I'm drawn to that area though. Mm-hmm. And Wannabe Sleuthin'. I'm glad you said that because I was thinking that that was the same person that Lolly had talked about at one point. And I feel like you just confirmed it. So lemonade. Oh, Joan, that's a good one too. You can't really go too wrong with lemon either. Lemon smells so fresh and clean, and I like it. I like it. Right. It could be an entry point. It's a boat access. You know, like once I zoomed in and realized what it was, I was like, whoa, Nelly. But you can get all the way from Hickory Dam through the water up to my spot. I don't know. That's just weird, though. It's just weird. Lemonade for summer and hot chocolate for winter. Now, see, I don't like the hot chocolate. I don't like chocolate scented things because I feel like usually the chocolate stuff that I've smelled, it smells too chemically scented, if that makes sense. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, Wannabe, and that's why I didn't say anything myself. But when you said that, I knew that I was right. Like I was remembering correctly. So I appreciate you saying it. And you said it respectfully. So you're good. You're good. They could have entered there and went down, and they wouldn't be in any hurry either. Right, because it's so tucked in, right? Like I'll zoom in here. I'm pretty sure that when we looked at it from the road, and I don't think that I can from this angle, or with the directions pulled up, I don't think I can, but this is a hill. When you go from Douglas Bend Road down to the parking lot of the access area, I'm pretty sure that that's a hill. So all of this is like up. So this is more like a drop off. And that's why I was thinking cliff, because it's a drop off area there. But it is connected. Like it's all a part of this water snake. that's attached to the dam. And it's what I think Justin said it was 7 miles from the house to the dam. I don't know if I did the house to here or not. I wonder if let's add stop. Well, that just made it all funky. Ooh, look, why did it take me? Oh, I'm going to have to end this live stream soon. Okay, look at the path. Okay, we're starting at Old Hickory Dam down here, right? So it's saying you got to go all through this, all up here, and here's the house, okay? But then we leave the house to go to the boat access area, but we have to go this way and this way. And why does it say Bloody Acres Haunted Woods? What is that? It says it's a haunted house. Holy shit. Okay, wannabe. Just don't hide in the Bloody Acres Haunted Woods bushes. I also do not believe that they can ever get to him to remove him easily if they wanted to rehide him. Okay, so Tammy, were you here earlier in the when I was playing the video when I had talked about the cadaver dogs that Chris had told Nerdy Addict about that went to Old Hickory Dam? Right, Michelle? And right, Tammy, it is. That's so creepy. Why? I didn't know that there was even a place like that around there. Okay, so now I'm interested. Now I want to see it. Oh, it's temporarily closed. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to the about. They have a restroom. Cash only. Free parking. On-site services. See the reviews. Let's see. Oh. $20 entry fee. Cute setup with plenty of opportunities to be spooked. This was 3 years ago. 1 tip, bring extra cash. The express lane is $5. The actual line was a 3-hour wait. So is it like a drive-through haunted thing? Oh, it looks like it. We had something similar to that in my area at one point. Got there a little early. Lots of scenes with great actors. Chainsaws Maze and a lot of other great scares. About an hour from beginning to end. So does it go through the woods? Like, this is really cool. This is really cool. But it's still weird. Bloody Acres, Haunted Woods. It's weird. Freddy, Jason, the clown were in there. I would love to go to a place like this. Okay. I'd go. The clues may just be keywords or words, etc. Right. So Tammy, when I was talking about the cadaver dogs going to Old Hickory Dam, I said if, trigger warning, obviously, but if Sebastian was put in this dam 2.5 years ago, he'll never be found now. Right? Like, I don't know a whole lot about dams. I don't even know if I know what this one looks like, but serial killers. They're all in there. Jason. Who else was it? Jason and Freddy and a random clown. All the serial killers are in the woods. They're there. "23 scare zones." They have great reviews, really. Oh, nope. Here, okay, I spoke too soon. But they respond to each one, which is good. Multiple rooms in most zones. So it may be mixed. There may be buildings and woods. Multiple actors in zones and in between. Yep, through woods. Interesting, right? Very interesting. Now, I want to see what this dam looks like, though. This looks like a big dam. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much what I had pictured. Let's see if I close this, is it gonna... How do I get the stuff off the screen? Okay, hold on. Not unless they put him in like a ledge or where he's under rocks. Right, because they move fast, yeah. And so like if he was... God, this is awful. I'm glad Seth didn't stay. Okay, we're going to do it in general instead of specific. Okay, so if a body was put in a dam, it doesn't a dam like basically clean out the gunk? So it like stops the larger pieces from going into the rest of the water? Is that right? Am I thinking correctly? Underwater along the wall, it spins like a tornado on its side. Oh. But then, so if it stops things like that, it looks like the water's really deep right there too. I want to get this off of the screen. Hold on, what if I do this? So show. Oh, here we go. Okay. Here we go. Oh my gosh. This is, oh, you guys can hear the background. You can hear my grandbaby's tablet. Like you can tell how hard the water is flowing right there. Like that's a great picture. A great picture. They have more images. How do I go see the rest of them? Oh, no. It's only giving me these options here. This was in 2020. And this was in 2020. And this, it says that it's the street view. But we're in the middle of a field here. This doesn't look like a dam. Where's Gray Hughes when you need him? And then we go to the satellite view. Oh, I think it had us up here probably. But so I was saying right here. So this is the Cumberland River. Okay. This is the part here where I was saying it looks kind of deep there because you can see that stuff pretty far down in the water. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. What do you think? What are we thinking? I want to save this location. Hold on. Her tablet is really not turned up loud at all, and I can hear it in my ear. Okay, there we go. Put it back up now. So, back it out. Okay, so you can see there's 4 blue flags, bookmark flags on the screen, but this one, it did it because of the Douglas Bend Road, which is the road that goes all the way over here to the access spot. So that one needs to be removed. But this is the location that I saw. And then this is the Proudfoot's house. And then this is the dam where the cadaver dogs led. Yeah, me too, Tammy. Me too. Like if it had some type of like drive through of it or some, I don't know, something like that, or even a boat ride around it, or like that one picture of the rushing water, that was a great picture. That shows you how hard that water is moving, which is scary as shit. I feel like there's something else that I'm missing. Okay, so I'm going to mark this off my list. I still never found the clip where Chris said the best part was that Sebastian never left any evidence behind. Then he tried to say something about that that Sebastian stumped all of these professionals or something. I think that's it. I think that's all. What do you guys think? Are we done? I think we're done. Are we done? I think we're done. Let's see, the poll. Okay, so now, we have 39 votes on the poll now. So if you're here and you haven't voted on the poll yet, vote. If you don't see the poll, close the chat out and then open the chat back up and the poll should pop up for you. And so we have 39 votes. 77% of you think that they planned Sebastian's disappearance. 10% of you say that it was unplanned. 10% of you say nothing happened inside the house. And 3% of you say other. Alrighty then. I know what else I need to do. I need to give out the other 5 memberships. Ooh. I still got 5 on it. Okay, here we go. We ready? You ready? Who's going to get these 5? We've gotten like, what was it? 25, 30 with, I think 30 new members tonight or something like that. Crazy. No, 20. Oh my goodness. I'll have to go back and look. We got a lot of new members tonight. Okay. I'm so excited. Oh, well, that's okay, Michelle. You don't have to vote. But if you wanted to vote unplanned, you could. But you don't have to. I'm just saying. I don't think that it's planned. I think that the planning happened after the thud. I'll put it that way. That's what I think happened. Yay, Joan caught one. Whoop, whoop. Awesome sauce. So we have Joan, the homesteader, Arlie, Brooklyn, Agape Love, and Southern Sleuth. Welcome to the squad. Whoop, 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 whoop. I'm so excited. I want to play a video. Before we end it out. Uh-oh, here comes the... See, she unplugged her tablet again. And then it's going to die again. Oh, goodness.
Baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get in. Can I get down so I can win? I like the way you work it. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. Come on, y'all. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. Yo, easy. Say what?
Whoop, whoop. Okay. Welcome to the squad, everybody. So I gave out 5. And then Gigi gifted 5. And then Michelle gifted 5. So that's 15. And then these 5. So that's 20. We have 20 new members. Oh my gosh. How exciting. Oh, that's so awesome. The squad is growing. One rock star at a time. Okay. I love it. I love it. I know you guys hear that in the background. Now she's switching the videos. Okay. So I think that's it. We're going to end it. I try to keep them under 6 hours. So if I need to edit the live stream at all, I can. And we're at 5 hours and 32 minutes. And I think I'm done. It's 1:30 in the morning. And I think I'm done anyway. So was there anything else? Did I miss anything? Do we have anything that we need to discuss before we end the stream? Do you guys want to go to the jungle? We did, Michelle. We made the goal. Members don't show up on... Oh my goodness, baby. What are you doing? Yeah, I definitely have to end it now. Members don't show up on the goal. Super chats help on that. Those are the only things that count. And I have 17 starred. So the jewels don't show up on the goal either. So we had 4 super chats that came through. Let's see. We got Mike. They're separated here. We got Mike's first. Oh, I'm not supposed to put his on the screen. Darn it. Gigi, Bo, Michelle's. I thought I said thank you. Thank you, Michelle. I thought I said thank you when you sent that one. And Gigi gifted the 5 memberships. And I include each member as one towards the goal. So those 5 members went towards the goal of 10 also. And then Michelle gifted 5 more, and that put us over the goal. And then Jessica, and then Gigi again, and then Amazingly True, and then Tammy's milestone. Happy anniversary. And then the finger hearts from Tammy, and then the floating hearts from Eve, and then the 6-7 from Eve. Baby, hold on. And then DJ sent the jewels, and the silver star, and then nope. And then I gifted the last 5. So, whoop, whoop, I feel the love tonight. Yes, we did. So I will be back live streaming again within the next 2 weeks, because when I make a promise, I keep my promise. So I have to make it happen one way or another, even if you hear the baby in the background, because that's what's happening right now. So yeah, we're gonna make it happen, and we're gonna go to the jungle too, because I put that in the goal thing also. Let me see. Let's see. I said 10 super chats and or members, and I'll do another live stream within 2 weeks, and we'll play some palette cleanser videos, including the squad favorite, the jungle. So let's play the jungle now, and then we'll wrap it up after that. You guys ready to shake your booties? Even if you're laying in bed, you can still wiggle. Wiggle with it. Wiggle with it. Wiggle with it. Okay, here we go. All right. Woo, woo. We did it. We did it. Oh my goodness. She's over here knocking all my stuff over. She's on my lap now, so I have to end it because she likes to play with all my stuff. You're falling. You're falling. Okay, so thank you so much for joining me tonight. I hope that you learned something, had some kind of insight during this stream. I will upload the reading video as a video of its own, so if you don't want to watch, if you want to watch it again, but you don't want to watch the live stream again, you can watch the video on its own without the interruptions. And I'll try to go back and add timestamps to this live stream. So if there's a specific part that you want to come back and watch, that'll help you narrow it down. And otherwise, I think that's it. We're going to go get our jams on. The jam pants on. And get ready to go night-night. No, ma'am. You cannot have that. Sorry. That's not yours. It's not yours. Yeah, these pants are wet. Okay. No. You can play with the doggy. Here. You can play with the doggy. That's it. There you go. Woof, woof. Woof, woof. Mwah. She's so funny. All right. I love you guys bunches and bunches and bunches. And I'm going to go ahead and play my outro now. And that's it. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned it. Until next time. I love you bunches. Thank you guys so much. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It has been awesome. That giggle. Did you see the giggle video, Joan? Okay, we'll play the giggle video first. This was the other night.
You sure?
Oh, I love her so much. I love her as rotten as she is. I love her so much. She just laughed for like 2 hours straight the other night. She was doing it to keep herself awake the whole time. What? You're falling. I don't know what you're wanting me to do. No, you cannot have that bowl, honey. You cannot have that bowl. Okay, so I'm going to play the outro and we're going to end it. Thank you so much. I love you guys bunches. And thank you. People are crazy. Thank you so much. And broken hearted, I agree. They are the best laughs ever. All right. Bye, guys. Well, that's all I have for you for this stream. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I know we don't discuss rainbows and puppies, so it's hard to hear this stuff. It's unfortunately the reality of the wicked world we live in, and these are the monsters that walk amongst us. The positive side is, not only do we get the honor to share a victim's face, life, and story, but we get to learn from these cases. We get to learn about the red flags in each and every case. This collection of red flags will help us keep our families safe because we'll be able to detect dangerous people and situations much better. We have the privilege to learn from these cases. Now, a few thank yous are in order. Please thank our mod squad for keeping our chat running smoothly and respectful. Welcome again to all of our new squad members. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to each one of you who sent a super chat or gifted a membership to help our squad grow. Thank you to the very special people who sent me a tip on Cash App or who bought me a coffee. You keep me going, and I appreciate your support so much. I appreciate each one of you for being here tonight and for smooching the thumbs up, even the lurkers who don't chat, although I do wish that you would consider chatting next time we don't bite too hard. Now, if you're watching the replay, thank you so much for watching till the end. Make sure that you leave a comment with the hashtag #SSSquad so that I can personally thank you in the comment section. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And until next time, I love you bunches.